Dear participants of the conference, so good morning, and we continue our work. This is 10 o'clock. So, good morning, dear participants of the conference, and I greet you with this second day of our conference. I would like to start with congratulations. This is Saint Nikolai Day and Armed Forces Day of Ukraine, and I would like to wish you that Saint Nikolai would bring us the victory, and on the other hand, that unbreakable armed forces would get this victory. Glory to Ukraine and glory to armed forces of Ukraine. We start this second day with the second section of road infrastructure, and I would gladly give the floor for this section to Bonda Marina, the professor and head of a section of European integration of the institute. So I see you are online. So good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to greet you, and would like to join the greetings of the president with these holidays. I would like to greet everyone. Would like to express this wish to express our scientific thoughts. This section is road infrastructure, and we have 7 presentations, and I think they will be very interesting, and discussions. They bring new ideas and new topics. So if you don't disagree, let me start. So the first presentation, the layers of closing of the road, is presented by Zelnovsky Vladimir, but because of some circumstances, the head of the center will be making this presentation. Mr. Illyacsh, so please have the floor, and if you need the presentation, we will show it on the screen. So good morning all. Do you see this presentation? Yes, we see it. So yes, we can switch the slides once again. Good morning. My presentation was about regulatory support and the layers of rigid road closing. We, the road builders, we have the classifications about road closing, the rigid and not rigid. If we speak about the hard road closing, we put in this category cement, concrete, closing. Soft will be a good asphalt and other types. So we, the road builders, we have two philosophies and 2 directions when you build the road closing. So cement, concrete and asphalt concrete. There is a discussion always what is better, how to build. We use the experiences from other countries, from Europe, from the States, and it's not so easy to select the best option. There are advantages for every option, and in the roads which we see already, all types of closing they can exist, and when the designer can choose which clothing to take during the new construction or overall repairs, we needed to follow some characteristics, especially, namely economic and technical. So we have the service life in the regulatory documents, and if we look at this these terms for asphalt, concrete, clothing, they are less. And for example, the second category is 18, 20 years. If it is asphalt, concrete, clothing, it is about 12 years. So the advantages on the side of cement, concrete, clothing. If we look at the cement concrete roads, so these are load intensive roads. We have even requirements when we design roads where the bigger number of vehicles, we always use the cement concrete clothings. And the same is it goes for the overall repairs. So, for example, cement concrete at the first glance is better if we speak about the long-term perspective, but we understand that the important solution, the important element for solution is the price, and when we look at the prices of the mixture of asphalt, concrete, and concrete mixture, and which are the main materials in the works for road construction, we can see that asphalt, concrete, the beginning of 2023. Raised by 50%, but the concrete mixture raised by 11% only. So, considering that our country does not have the big production of bitumen, all the bitumen here is imported, and so now we started to modify the delivery chains. We started to buy from Arab countries, from Balkan countries. So a lot of costs depend on transportation. But we, on the other side, we have our own production of cement, and there is no big raise in price for the cement. And today, the priority direction in building of roads is the use of domestic cement. So if you look at the 2022, every month the price of asphalt concrete was raising, and so now the concrete started to gain. And when we compared the economic characteristics of these two types of covering, soft and hard, so previously we saw that the advantage was on the side of the concrete, and take into account the raise in the prices, the asphalt concrete raised substantially, but only cement concrete didn't grow too much. So maybe the advantage will be on the side of the cement concrete constructions. Our institute and the state altogether, we do a lot of work for creation of an elementary base. And when we started to build, we will have the renewed norms which will be in compliance with the best practices from the United States, where the construction of cement concrete roads is on a very high level. So we just revise our construction norms, standards, and regulatory documents. Actually, today we revise the main standards for concrete cement mixtures and standards for construction of roads with such mixtures. And also we develop 3 guidelines for cement concrete closings with different types of hardening. And also we revise we are revising the design approaches for hard closing. So we look at the input characteristics differently during the calculations, and we put the appropriate changes in our main document, DBN 3024 for construction of roads. So if we speak about the standards, we have the main requirements for the components of the mixtures, and also we have references for quality control, and having these documents we can design the appropriate warehouses of mixtures which we will need or for a certain layer or a certain category of road, and we will be able to select the warehouses with mixtures. Also, we write the requirements for different hardening elements.
Ми прописуємо вимоги, і відповідно можна буде використовувати як традиційну прокат, так і там арматуру базальто там пластикову, базальтокомпозитну чи скло композитну, зокрема скло пластикову арматуру. Оновлюємо вимоги.
So the requirements for deformation spans, we will use the appropriate polymer pastes and silicone mixtures for tightening the connections, the rubber tighteners and other materials. And if we speak about the technologies for arranging the hard closings, so altogether in the world we have 4 types of such mixtures. So we can consider one technology when we use the technologies for some local industrial roles, for example, military, and so it doesn't. They are not used for streets because they are not so useful for operations. But for military use, we can use such roads because they are not covered by our standards, and we just develop standards for streets and general use roads. So our standards cover main technologies. The most spread technology with rods connection, the reinforced concrete with reinforced frames are established, and we cut the connection spans and the rolled concrete, and also we have the combined technology hardening with rods and placing reinforced cases. And in Europe, we don't use this technology. And and not in the United States, such technologies are used. In Europe, they exist. So we stopped at the road connection and continuous reinforcement technology. Accordingly, we developed 3 standards, and the standards in this field, we wrote that they will be used not only on the general use road, but in the streets for parkings and for inter-agency roads. So the scope of use is very large. And in general, every standard will establish requirements for preparation works, for production of mixes and transportation of mixes. So sometimes we can provide a full manual placing, mechanized placing requirements for the stiffness and rigidness, so that the adhesiveness ratio would be appropriate, and the control of production. So all the elements which we need to control during and before the placement of the mixture. If we speak about the technological operations and the machinery which we use, all the methods of cement concrete mixtures, they need different machineries and tools. And so we will speak about in detail. If we speak about the cement with rods and continuous placement, they are provided by concrete placement plants, but the rolled concrete is done with normal drawn layers. The technology is the most used here and in Europe. So the cement concrete covering with rods and plates. So the technology is for the continuous layer of concrete with cutting the plates and placing the rods in the places of the cutting with appropriate spans. So what we need is machinery, the damp trucks or concrete mixer trucks. So we have the appropriate concrete placing plants which we use in Ukraine. From different manufacturers, from American manufacturers and so on. Then the equipment for spans, and if you speak about the continuous reinforcement, we will use the specific placement plants because the reinforced frames which we need during the building of such covers and clothing, we use it before the placement. So we put the rods in the inside the layer with special machines, but here the continuous placement is that we place the reinforcement frames as cast on place plates on bridges. So we place the frames and then we cover them with concrete. So we need the concrete placement plants a bit different, and because the screw cannot work when the frame is always in place. So this technology is a bit more expensive, but it does not require the seams because there are cracks, but they are microscopic and they do not influence the concrete so much. So this technology is a bit more expensive, but it has advantages. If we compare with the experience from the United States, this technology, they use it, but not in all states, because they mainly use the traditional technologies with road connections. And we develop a new standard for another technology, so concrete rolling. So if the previous technologies we use with concrete plants, but with this technology we place the concrete with normal asphalt roll. So it is allowed for the upper layer of the road surface. So the approximate effect, I think this year this standard will be approved, and I think in some months, so this set of standards will be efficient after several months. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear presenter. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to ask our speaker? No questions. Thank you for your presentation. So then let's move on. Next is to speak Nagrebelna Lyudmyla Pavlovna, and she will be speaking about improving the surface of the roads of Ukraine. She's in charge of the security and safety of traffic, and she works at the National Transportation University, a Doctor of Philosophy of Transportation Technologies University. Please, the floor is yours. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you see my presentation? Yes, please. We can see a presentation. Is it expanded across the full screen? Not. Now it's blown up. Thank you. I hope everyone can see it. Yes, everyone can. So I think you can proceed. Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. Today, I'm going to share about improving security of traffic on highways of Ukraine and roads of Ukraine. But I would like to start by speaking about the damage caused by the Russian enemy. You can see my slides changing, can't you? Yes, we can. Everything's all right. Please proceed. According to the data gathered by the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine, overall during the hostilities in Ukraine, 25.4 thousand of kilometers of roads, as well as more than 24 different bridges, 344 bridges have been damaged. The overall damage to the railway tracks is up to 504 kilometers, and the number of damaged railways and stations is 126, of which destroyed and ruined in the government-controlled territory is just a third of them, and the rest of them are in the uncontrolled territory. So we're talking about nearly $4.3 billion, the overall damages. In terms of aviation, 19 airports have been damaged, and the overall scope of the aviation area damage is about $2 billion. The overall amount of direct losses incurred to the objects of in the transport infrastructure of Ukraine is $36.6 billion. According to the assessments of direct losses of the road infrastructure caused by war, I'm talking here about the state roads, is 9.4 billion, and local roads amount to 9.2 billion, and the rest of the roads is $8.4 billion, and the bridges stand at $2.6 billion. Since the beginning of the war, separate works have been done concerning the renovation of bridges and roads. About 78 different kinds of surfacing bridges, roads, since 2022 have been partially maintained and renovated. In Ukraine, full-scale war is ongoing, caused by the Russian Federation, where thousands of peaceful civilians are dying. However, there is another danger in place, which is claiming lives of numerous people. I'm talking about roads. and traffic accidents in particular. Violation, traffic rules, distance, speeding, going on the towards lane, drink driving are just some of the offenses that contribute to injuries and sometimes deaths on the roads. Over the 9 months of 2023 on the roads of Ukraine, motorways of Ukraine, 17,900 something accidents have already been caused. Over 2,000 people have died as a result of these accidents. So ignoring the traffic rules is the direct consequence of such irresponsible behavior, but it's not only the drivers that become victims, because it can also be due to lack of discipline on behalf of pedestrians when they cross the roads in the places not permitted, when they walk along the sides of the road when it's very dark, and sometimes when they step into the thoroughway. All of this may cause getting injured and sometimes even causes deaths. As of now, in Ukraine, daily, 84 individuals are injured and 9 people are dying. Of them, 21 are pedestrians who get injured of different degrees of severity, and 3 of such pedestrians are dying. So this is number one reason for people to die. And according to the Patrol Police of Ukraine, over the 9 months of the year 2023, only over 24 road accidents happened due to speeding. And this also increases the risk of having a road accident. If there is an unusual situation to occur, the driver usually has less time to respond, and thus opportunities or possibilities to take an adequate decision to thwart that. And the higher the speed, as you know, the longer will be the skidding, the breakage way. So if an accident does take place, of course, the severity and gravity of injuries grows, and sometimes it can also entail death. So this relates both the drivers and bicycle riders and pedestrians. According to the World Health Organization, decreasing the average speed of driving by 5% can decrease the number of deaths and injuries by as much as 30%. After having victory over the Russian enemy, which I'm sure is going to follow in the nearest future, all of us are keen to have it, Ukraine will be faced with the question to return to peaceful life and rebuilding the damage. The transportation infrastructure is included on the list of the critically important infrastructure for the functioning of the country. In particular, it's very important for the functionality of urban areas, and that's what we will have to deal with in the first place. The assessment of technical functionality of the damaged infrastructure will have to be provided, the assessment of that by experts, because the war has altered and it has modified everything and has changed everything. So this recovery and reconstruction is about reinventing, reimagining, and rebuildings. And one of the important stages of rebuilding the road infrastructure is making sure that we provide for the security in the already existent and newly built roads. Therefore, we have to take a very well-balanced decision with reference to any facility of the road infrastructure. In the first place, we have to account for the best international experience when we design roads for transit, transportation outside different settlements, towns, and cities, in order to consider all of the requirements of the legal framework. On the way to the European integration, during the time of reconstruction of Ukraine, it's necessary to design and build such roads that will preserve the lives of people and excuse possible mistakes. Our roads are supposed to be predictable, foreseeable. They need to inform drivers timely about the possibilities of driving, timely, so the pedestrians have to understand what is expected of them, and if any road accidents take place, they need to make sure that there are no serious injuries inflicted. So we are not supposed to copy-paste the previous experience of road building, but taking into account security issues at stake. The roads must not encourage drivers to speed, but instead have them remember that everyone can err. Therefore, when taking infrastructural decisions, we have to take into account people's mistakes in order to mitigate them and minimize the effects of traffic accidents. Our institute is a leader in upgrading legal framework in this area, and over the last years we have aligned some of the legislative acts in Ukraine in line with the European experience. Innovations in this respect can be observed on the automotive roads nowadays. These are some of the measures and means that we have taken into account when some of our specialists have taken a look at the areas and stretches of the roads where there is the greatest density of traffic, and therefore we needed to account for the decrease in possible traffic accidents. Now our specialists are working on the improvement on legal framework, once again taking into account the best world practice that relates to road security and safety, and that takes qualitative toolkit and speedy pace. Some of the major instruments to ensure security is, of course, to make sure that we upgrade all of the necessary legal documents. Some of them you can see here on the slide. We're talking here about fencing, different types of that, pavements, slabs, traffic lights, and we are also making sure that everything gets translated properly. One more important instrument to ensure safety and security of traffic is audit and verification of the security of roads in line with the directive of the European Union. The EU has ruled in favor of the instructions which provide for the fact that the road infrastructure must become a major element in securing safety. Ukraine has become the first post-Soviet country where at the legal level, audit and verification of motorways has been instituted. So implementation of such security is a highly efficient tool in order to raise safety measures on the roads, with the help of which the high level of security and safety decrease in the number of accidents and decline in the severity of victimizing people can be achieved. This is absolutely necessary for Ukraine to be included in the network of the roads with the high intensity. And this audit provides for designing safe roads, in decreasing expenses for the life cycle of these roads, and making sure that after the roads have been commissioned and put online, they are maintained properly. Thus, there's a lot of cost saving, and medical healthcare insurances can also be economized. So the concept of this audit lies in the following. People, of course, do make mistakes. Mitigate such commission of mistakes. If they are present, still mitigate the consequence of that. The audits are done by all members of the traffic. So this audit of safety provides for the virtual utilization of road facilities. The audit of these motorways is done usually at the stage of designing the road, at the stage of doing the project, and then after the commissioning of the road during 1 year after that. So the verification of motorways is usually done when the road is being utilized. This audit is absolutely mandatory at international or nationwide roads and on all roads, on all highways. The customer to commission that are executive authorities, local authorities, and any entities to whom these roads belong. The performer or the implementer of this verification are the security auditors, and the implementers of the inspections are the auditors. And the engineers on the inspection, these are special people who have been certified and issued with the necessary certificates. So here you can see some of the suggested solutions offered by the audits when they fulfilled these audits. And these are, on the left, you can see the way it is and the way it is suggested by the auditor to improve the safety and security in this particular stretch of the road. The same you can see on this slide. On the left, you can see the situation as it is, and the picture that reflects the necessary changes in order to avoid any possible road accidents. Here you can see also a lot of cars parked, and this creates a lot of danger because other drivers cannot safely drive in or leave this stretch from any side of this road. And this situation, from the standpoint of the audit, means that these drivers can get in road accidents. And this is the solution to this problem suggested by the auditor. You can see installing here special fencing to mitigate any possibility for these drivers to go into the thoroughfare, and it will be much easier for them to enter this pocket and leave it. Again, the situation portrayed as it is on the left. Let me briefly tell you, when a bus drives into this pocket in order to take a U-turning and drive in the opposite direction, the driver himself has to leave the bus and press the special controlling sign for the pavements to cross the road. And once the green signal is on, the driver gets into his bus and he makes the U-turning. But the auditor suggests organizing all of this safely without having the driver getting out. Also making sure that it's just as safe for the cars to make a U-turn. Once again, to mitigate the number of any possible traffic accidents. So doing such audits is of extreme importance, ensuring safety and protection on the roads, because the official reports, which are usually submitted as a result of such audits, identify potential and existent deficiencies and shortcomings, as well as contain recommendations in order to prevent them, eliminate their consequences. The major assignments set before the designers, auditors, and owners of motorways are decreasing the flows of cars traversing different kinds of cities, towns, villages, decreasing the level of road accidents, the number of those, preserving the lives of our citizens, and making sure that this provides for the economic development of our country. This will enable the country to achieve the high level of security, reduce the number of accidents, and the gravity and severity of accidents and consequences of victimization. And this will also enable Ukraine to enter the network of the roads with a high level of risks on the road infrastructure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Lyudmyla. Are there any questions? Yes, there is a question. Yes, you're welcome. Mr. Yevgen, please. Can you kind of tell us, these audits which are being run right now, the ones that you have developed and designing right now, what's the distinction between them? Because I didn't quite catch that. In just one sentence, please. Can you hear me well? Yes, of course, we are working on new audits, but I didn't catch the nature of your question. What is an audit? No, I'm not asking about that. What is the difference or the distinction between the audits that you are projecting or designing and the existing audits? I do not understand what you mean. The procedure, I mean. Yeah, audit is about verifying the design solutions, and audit of safety. We go to the highways, motorways, roads. So one thing is the specialist that deals with the audits, and a year after the road has been commissioned, they take it to the road. So what team should it be? The team of audits to control. For 100 kilometers, to control 100 kilometers stretch of road. What are the intervals that you inspect? It depends on the commissioner. We used to have inspections of motorways. Right now, this is the Agency of Recovery and Reconstruction, present in different regions of Ukraine. They commission these audits. They identify which particular motorways they would like us to go and exercise these audits and inspections in the first place, because this network is rather lengthy. And they identified this in the first place where they would like to see these verifications and inspections. I apologize. On the last slide, it said about the reduction of traffic flows. How can we understand this? It means redirecting. We need to design roads in such a way that, especially outside different settlements, for transit vehicles, cargo vehicles in particular, to redirect them. Thank you, I understand it. Thank you. Mr. Alexander, your question, please. Oleksandr Ryabushenko. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Oleksandr Ryabushenko, Kharkiv Road University. I have two questions. First, can you kindly tell us, you have very correctly spoken about the high value of legal framework and different normative acts when analyzing the concentration of road accidents. What kind of documents are you guided by? Because there are some field standards of Ukraine, number 3353, and it is applicable right now. And there is another order of the Ministry of the Infrastructure of Ukraine, 598, dated 2022. It's also applicable, but there are some changes.
Документом керуєтесь?
Yes, there is the order from the Minister of Infrastructure for the procedure, how to find out the places of accidents and dangerous sections. I would not tell you the number, but there is an order which defines the procedure where the accident is located. So you are not guided by the standard. The standard is being DSTU is being developed, which is developed will not be in conflict with the procedure. So the second question is, if possible, on the slide 16, I saw the result of the audit. I saw that there are violations, and the DSTU does not allow to find out, to establish the perpendicular directions. But if we find the violations when we design and construct the place, there will be some responsibility of the people who are responsible. So please, the audit, according to the law of Ukraine, is not responsible, but specified in the contract and according to the legislatory base. If you look in the legislation base, you will not find anything for the auditor. Everything is in the contracts, and if it is in the contract, there will be the responsibility. But we provide the recommendations, but the designer will take these recommendations into account. They are provided as a report where the designer looks through together with the officer from the service, the auditor, and they give the agreements. If they don't agree, they put this mentioning, and if they agree and they agree to make changes, they put them into the agreement. So, dear participants, I see the group which was not present yesterday. So after the presentations. We will have about 30 seconds for discussion. All the questions will be postponed until the end of the day. So we have a 5 section for today, and after every section, when we pass through them, you will ask questions at the end of the day. So please, I would like to ask you all so that we would finish our program on time. So please, let's continue. So it looks like we don't have the connection, but we hear you. I see that Elena, who is heading this section, does not have the connection. Elena, do you hear us? Looks like there is no connection. So, dear colleagues, so we have the next. Who is the next on this section on the road infrastructure? According to the order. So Mr. Zelnovsky on the closing of the road. So we heard it already to him. Maybe so Belenchuk, Olha, please, and Olena will connect. Please start. Good morning, dear colleagues. So, if you permit, let me introduce myself in the presentation. So, the presentation is about update of the regulatory framework in Ukraine regarding the traffic lights. As of today in Ukraine, the active are the main standards regulatory documents about the traffic lights. DSTU 4092 dated of 2002, and it celebrated this year its 20th anniversary, and DSTU EN 12368 2017. Organizing traffic and traffic lights, which was adopted as a confirmation of the text translated from the English language. So these two standards are very important for Ukraine. Both of them, they should exist and be, but we have some specifics because they have big differences between themselves, as namely the color zones for traffic lights, namely the green color we see on the side on this slide. So the green zone coincides in a very small portion, and it creates a problem for our manufacturers and our customers, because the customers do not know under which standard they need to order the devices, and also DSTU 12368 they have requirements according placement, but they don't have explanations how to use them according to standards, the previous standards. So when we analyzed the two documents, we decided not to cancel any of these standards and to leave only one, but to review the both standards, namely to create, to develop a DSTU 12368 through authentic translation into English, and to develop the edition or a new edition of DSTU 1492 from 02 to replace the previous standard of 2002. So the draft DSTU 12368, as I said, it was based on the standard of 2015. It is connected to highways and transport structures. So we received for this standard 6 comments. We took into account 2 and declined 1. We took into consideration 3, and we coordinated the provisions of European standard and our standard. And in this standard, considering that this is harmonization with identical translation, and we cannot change the provisions of the standard, we needed to only to translate. We changed the figures in these standards. We put them as they were before, but we changed we copied the images. As for the DSTU 4092, I would say that the development process is going on for 2 years already. Even we would say 2 full years since the March 2021, and considering the war, development of the standard was a bit long, but during this period we were not standing still. And for DSTU 4092 we had 2 public discussions, and recently in a meeting of a small working group at which we had parties concerned were present, like manufacturers of streetlights, manufacturers of other devices, people from police, and we tried to take into account all the opinions of all sides, of all parties. So the first edition of draft DSTU, we received 330 proposals. We took into account 207 and declined 105. What was exactly put into this standard? Namely, Section 3, terms and definitions. We defined the street traffic light, which didn't exist even at all in Ukraine. So we gave this definition. We defined what is a traffic light site, the complex of sound and tactile copying of signals of passenger passes. As for the technical requirements, we agreed them with requirements of DSTU 12368 in the section within the zones of green sector, and the diameters of the devices which produce the traffic light signals, and as and also we made a reference for 12368 as for the method of control. Also, we changed the images of flashes and symbols on the working surfaces. The red and yellow signals, black flash on this color, black ground, but for green sign, if there is additional section that depends. If it is there, so it will be green, but if not, there will be green light on the black background. So this requirement was present in DSTU 1492. Also, we changed the symbols of the flashes. We took as the basis one of the European standards of about the images of the flashes. So we analyzed and defined that majority of European countries they use as a chevron flash, that's it, which improves the visibility, the street traffic light signals. That is why during the long discussion we decided to change the appearance of the flashes. Also, we increased the requirements to light reflection screens. They will be placed for traffic lights with additional sections, but they are allowed without additional sections to improve the visibility. Also, the color of the screen, the main, may be white, but the screens for traffic lights can be black if it is against the sunny side. We discussed also about this, about the black screens, but if however, the black color does not reflect the light, but it is in contrast and it allows to see better the traffic light, especially during the daytime, and if the traffic light is against the sun, to read it better. Also, it can be of yellow color, the light reflecting screen, so that the drivers would understand that these traffic lights are temporary, for example, during the road works. Also, if the street light has an additional section, the additional section during the red light, there should be a red circle, which is replaced by the green flash when the movement is allowed. So this approach will allow the drivers to see the additional section, especially in dark time of the day, which cannot be seen. And the additional section, it is clear that it works. Sometimes they can think that the section doesn't work, so they violate the road rules. Also, we increased the options for types of traffic lights. So the traffic lights type 2, we added the sign for the turn. We didn't have it, but the practice on the roads shows they are needed, because there are situations where we needed to arrange such a traffic light, and shows that it is for those who go for turn. And also we added a new type of street lights, 2 sections which are used in private places, so sometimes, very often they are used, and also they exist in the road rules. We had them previously in the Soviet standards and GOSTs, but then they were cancelled. We decided to bring them back because the legislators were saying that is a very good practice, and we put them into the standards. Also, the street lights can be used during the construction works. For example, if we don't see the zone of where the works are being done, and we don't see the upcoming traffic, so these traffic lights can be used. Also, we added the traffic lights for bicycle drivers. So we found that such traffic lights also they exist already in Kiev, and they work. That is why I mean that not only for the bicycle drivers. I think you saw them in Kiev and in other places, but also the traffic lights with additional sections which regulate the movement of bicycles during the red light. Also, we a bit changed the requirements to passenger crossing. For example, lights for passengers, they can be of two types, just for passengers, also for passengers and cyclists. And we can...
So pedestrians and cyclists can use this set of traffic lights only when a bicycle lane runs next to the pedestrian crossing. Then such sets of traffic lights are operational, can be applied. Also in the standards, requirements to setting this sets of traffic lights have been identified more specifically concerning turning and or installing, mounting the sets of traffic lights at different angles for the better perception by the drivers, that is, bending them towards the driver, mounted on posts, or turning them sideways, once again to the left or to the right, depending on where the traffic is coming. Also, requirements have been expanded of type 4, the so-called reversive traffic lights, because the current reading of the standards contains very few requirements of their proper application. Type 2 sets of traffic lights, they have to be equipped with a table with a white background and a rim of black color. This required was in place, however, the list of these plates have been, or tables have been expanded. You can see one showing you the turning, given the way that we have got the traffic lights showing us how we can take these turnings. And you can see these images portrayed. They were not in place, now we have added them. Also, in the current reading, there was no requirement concerning the plate with the green arrow on it. As we know, this is in wide application on our roadways. So we have added this table, this sign, and I can also say that it can indicate not only to the right, but also to the left. There are such situations with one-way traffic. Therefore, basically, we have just regulated the requirements with reference to the sign that has already been in use for a long time. Also, we have identified some requirements to synchronize the application of traffic lights if we have different signs flashing on the pavement. Why was that made? For visual perception by the pedestrians, for them to identify the sections where traffic lights are set, because more often than not, pedestrians ignore the available traffic lights because they fix their gazes on their telephones, they get distracted. However, these pieces of light fixed on the pavement slabs immediately draw the attention of the people who are facing downward, and then they enable the pedestrians to take notice of this notification and thus adhere to the traffic rules and avoid any accidents. Concerning different kinds of additions, addendums, the national document has been expanded. So we have one addendum V which indicates different sets of traffic lights with the countdown table showing you. This is something that you can already have seen pretty prevalent on the roads of Ukraine. We have also added different cases of when then that can be applied for different types of traffic lights. In addition to that, we have also added requirements concerning the peaks or the overhangs, the requirements concerning the sizes and the shapes of those. This is an additional requirement. Of course, they can be not only in this shape presented here on the slide. They may not necessarily be in line with these sizes and shapes. It all depends on the producer. The main idea is that they have to perform the function of protecting the sets of traffic lights from sunlight and from precipitation. Also, we have added the image for the sign portraying a bicycle, which are to be placed under an additional section of traffic lights for the drivers not to get confused, because sometimes this type 9 signs may be for their particular notice, so that the drivers don't get confused that this additional section is meant for them, but for the cyclists instead. Therefore, we have included this table with the picture of the bicycle on it. One more point, an additional section for cyclists is different from that for the core transportation. You may have observed that, because on the core section meant for the transportation, they're usually circled in red for with requirements with respect to the cyclists. The requirements do not require the red circle around such signs. We have also added some examples of how traffic lights can be placed depending on the conditions on the right. So once again, this is of recommendational character. It's just to get better visualization. However, all of the core requirements are enshrined in the text of the standards. Thank you for your attention, and let me also point out that at this stage, the standard is at the stage of being approved, and we are very much hopeful that they are going to get approved fast, and in the nearest future it will be enacted in order to improve the situation and safety on the roads. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Ms. Ola. Are there any questions to the speaker? I beg your pardon. I had some problems with the internet connection. I had to reload my connection. Just in order to save some time, perhaps during the speeches or after the speeches, would you kindly write your questions as well as write the answers to the question, so that at the discussion panel, our speakers are better prepared. No questions? Let us move on then. Then Maksym Borysenko is invited to speak. He will be speaking about restoration of transport facilities damaged by explosive loads. The State Enterprise Shulgin State Road Research Institute. Right now I am speaking right from my facility where I'm busy working with, because I'm on a business travel right now. This is wonderful indeed that you have taken this opportunity to go online. We're listening very attentively, and I'm wearing right now my earphones, and I'm listening to all of the speeches. As a result of the military aggression, about 370 different transportation constructions have been damaged. Can you see my presentation? So about 370 different transport constructions have been damaged. And the experience of rebuilding such structures since the time of the Second World War is extraordinary, because the scale that our country has suffered, the scale of damage and ruin, has become a true challenge for the whole industry, restoration of such bridges, roads is a very changeable thing indeed, because nobody has ever had such experience previously. And our country, as well as our specialists, have taken this challenge in a dignified way. And back in May last year, and this year, they began to rebuild the bridges in Kiev and Kharkiv regions. The major types of damage can split into 4 groups, those being the controlled explosion of the posts of the bridge. As a result of such destruction, the construction gets ruined most. Moreover, if the time of the construction is made as a single slab, then it can draw the whole bridge, and then it's impossible to fix it piece by piece. Then destruction with missile shelling and aviation attacks. This kind of destruction are of less ruinous effect. Once again, if explosives hit the surface, we can replace all of the gaps. We can cover the gaps and bridge them without taking much in terms of expense. Then if we talk about close quarter battles, most of the time these are some shrapnel pieces that can damage, but once again, the reinforcement surface doesn't get damaged very much, and this can repaired and maintained at very low costs. Also, the destruction of the elements of the bridge as a result of attacking those pieces of the bridges with tanks and armored vehicles. This is a very heavy damage, because there may be some hidden defects in the foundations which are very difficult to find or identify in inspection. Linear inspections and the restoration. So first we begin to, this works by inspections in order to take specific actions and prompt restoration of the constructions. Then we start developing the project documentation. Then it goes through special expert evaluation. Then they begin the building works, and then it is commissioned. It's put online. The main task at the first stage is usually to do the survey, which allows us to get familiarized with all of the possible damages. We need to find all of the cards for this, for the structures. We need to survey and poll the residents living nearby to understand what kind of destruction has taken place, to analyze physical and mechanical characteristics of the pillars of the bridges and posts. All of this information and data collected will allow us to troubleshoot for the particular project when designing how to rebuild a particular damaged construction. Let me give you an illustration. These photos represent one of the transportation structures which was damaged and then restored with the building detachments of the armed forces of Ukraine in the east of our country. It was restored in 2 months. However, they used different blocks, least destroyed blocks. However, you can see they had numerous cracks, sometimes up to 2 millimeters in width. On top, they were bridged. However, because this is a very important stretch for evacuation between regions, a decision was taken very promptly to recover this bridge. Then we did some more inspection and surveying to provide some more specific recommendations concerning the follow-up to the maintenance of the bridge. When building and designing bridges, an important role is played by the scientific support and technical support to the construction works, which entails additional field works, surveying, inspecting, laboratory tests, sample tests. Concrete mixtures get analyzed. We monitor the condition of the state of the bridge, and we can also submit some interim acts identifying the major defects in the constructions if we identify any. So let me give you one more example. We had a construction which was badly damaged. You can see some portions of that were completely destroyed, as well as the posts upholding the whole structure. In reference to this structure, the decision was taken by the project owner to dismantle all of the destroyed elements for the bridge, because all of the resources for the pillars to continue maintaining the whole slabs had been exhausted. So a lot of details were replaced with the reinforced concrete along the whole width of this bridge. This picture also demonstrates another structure that was ruined in all possible ways because it had been mined as well as attacked by different shells, artillery shells. 5 sections require complete replacement. Separate sections of that you could see there were aviation hits, and one of the section was critically damaged. There were cracks below the surface of that, and the rebars were damaged very badly. So whereas the section next to it could be bridged, could be covered with an additional slab, and cars could still continue running on it. The works to restore such bridges, as well as surveying the foundations, play a significant role for us for the further restoration of such structures, damaged or ruined, because the foundations, as I have said, may contain some hidden and conspicuous defects, and this can be of vital danger to continue using such structures in the future. So when we do the works that I have spoken about, we immediately reduce the number of possible destruction. When there was a controlled explosion of one of such bridges, we could see that some of the pillars could sag to as below as 20 centimeters. So all of the scientific and technical support was provided when doing these explosion works. So in summary, the conclusion can be made that the restoration of the bridges and transport facilities damaged by explosive loads can be done by taking into account a lot of variables in order to speed up taking the necessary technical decisions as well as solutions made. Technical support decisions have to be developed. We need to survey the foundations, identify the character of cracks, the width, their depth, and perform the works once again with the scientific support in order to tackle different kinds of non-typical challenges that may arise in the progression of these works. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Maksym. Dear colleagues, are there any questions to the speaker? I think, Mr. Maksym, you can read any possible questions as well as the regards expressed to you in the chat box. It's a very great pleasure to hear and see you. So let's move on. I would like to invite your colleague who's also on business trip, Sergiy Zavgorodniy, head of a division for determining the technical condition of constructions. And his topic is dynamic tests of bridges with impulse loading. He has prepared this presentation together with Mr. Radchenko, director of PSP MOS service. Yes, hello. Just a second. Let me give a second and I'll be ready. Can you see my screen, please? Yes, you can proceed. Yes, we can see you too. Good morning. My name is Sergiy Zavgorodniy. I am head of division for determining the technical condition of constructions, the State Enterprise Research Institute of State Roads. So today we will be talking about impulse loading caused to the bridges. First, let me briefly speak about the procedure of tests. This procedure, to put it bluntly, is based on surveying specific constructions when different pressures are exerted on that. So this procedure is to obtain different numerative and quantitative factors and then to try and test it in different pieces. So there is a specific procedure to explore as well as to run such tests. We've lost connection. Mr. Sergiy, we cannot hear you. Sorry, the connection is bad. So when we explore all the bridges, we have to compare the calculations made concerning the construction of the bridge itself with the technical calculations, and then when we collate them, we can identify the heavy, useful workload that these bridges can maintain. The dynamic testing lies in the fact that we explore the structure under the effect of dynamic loading, which means any trucks going, impulse load, pedestrians, or any other force exerted and different pressure that can exert on different points of the structure. So this helps the engineers, builders, to monitor the technical conditions and to identify structural parameters of such bridges, as well as the building materials, identify the defects and shortcomings in the construction, making calculations for the designs and projects, as well as exploring resonance phenomena and making sure that once it is commissioned, it can work properly.
So the dynamic testing procedure has its history when the engineers with simple analog methods followed the dynamic processes in the structure. They defined the parameters, but now in Ukraine and outside there is the modern equipment which allows to study all parameters with very big precision, and it is through new technologies, and every year we see new progress and new possibilities. And also within this topic, I would like to focus on model control. So this is the study of model parameters, namely the coordinates and frame frequencies of shaking. So we needed to pick up the loads on the structure. Sergey, we don't hear you. Please switch on your microphone. So do you see me now? So I disappeared on this slide or the previous one? So do you see this slide? Oh, so it was so the procedure of impulse testing in our case, we did it with throwing the load on cast structure to establish the load. So we tested on two bridges, curved bridges which are close to our capital. So they have a very quite a long history. Some of them they are built for more than about 10 years. So we can consider them as unfinished constructions. So these are cast concrete structures, and they were built for a 15 NK 100 loads, and we hope that they will be finished and they will allow to unload some directions near the capital. So they are a bit different, but this is a cast structure with reinforcement after the loading. So it's very well spread, and it's considered as a progressive structure. So we threw the loads of over 100 kilograms sand bag from 2 meters, and we registered the frequencies with seismic sensors OSP2MV. So we had a reference sensor, and we were placing the sensors further and further to establish these parameters in every section of the structure. So we did about 30 tests to test all the elements. Also, we used with spinning tests. So we did them in the middle of the structure, and we were testing how the structure is twisting. As for the analysis, we built two models, the straight line model and the curve model as a spatial system, and based on this analysis of these forms, so we found the first, second, and third forms of frequencies, and the twisting model as well. So we found the values of these tests. So on this slide you can see how we placed the calculations on real values. So there were some deviations which coincided in some differences in these structures. In one structure it was more than in the other less. So based on these researches and previous data, we analyzed all this and made conclusions which allowed to establish the technical state of these structures. And the first structure with big differences between calculations and natural data. And we established the third state, and for the other structure where there were not so much difference, we placed them into second stage also. So we tested the places where there were different defects which appeared during the idle stay of the structure because it was not protected on the surface and there were cracks, and so this is all. Sorry for being switched off. So please, if you have questions, send them to the chat, or afterwards I will answer. Thank you for your participation, and have a nice mission trip, and come back. So we will continue. And I invite Nataliya Kharytonova, head of the division of the Environment and Ground Canvas, and Oleh Yarachuk, head of In-Road Environmental Laboratory, with the presentation environmental aspects in the use of industrial waste in road construction. Nataliya, please. So good afternoon, colleagues. We see your presentation. We need now to make it full screen. So thank you, Natalia. The floor is yours. Sorry for the situation. The panel was a bit non-standard. So the ecological aspects of the use of industrial weights in the road construction. I would like to start my presentation why we have the wastes and why not only in our country, in this country, but everywhere in the world, that these industrial waste produces such negative consequences. First of all, this is not efficient use of natural resources. Also, in our country, this is the use of all the technologies of production in the industries. Also, some mismatches between regulatory and normative basis. Also, the lack of finances, which is first of all. But the worst of all is to prevent waste when we use different environmental measures. We don't have enough money always, and insufficient control of negative influence. And looking at the map of Ukraine, we can see how the industrial dangerous waste, first, second class of danger is produced as compared to all waste, and we see the gray and black country. Of course, it's the east, central, and south. They are under the most influence because the industry is concentrated there, and the danger is raising there. If we look at the waste since 1995 and up to 2020, because the statistical data are being processed for the last 3 years, considering that we have some changes in the country, we can see that up to 2008 we had moderate creation of waste, and maybe it was related to the use of obsolete technologies. And when the peak of the production started, the companies became private, and then production grew, and we see that there is. So we see that in 2010, with the growth of the boom, so the volumes started to grow, and until now we see the stable values. So up till the recent years, the situation with waste and control over waste has become very relevant, and many public associations and the environment protection and control from the government became more strict, and so we can see that the waste which can be used, burnt or processed, what we have even from as compared to 2016 and 2020, so the percent of processed, recycled is growing, so that the waste they were taken out or burnt, so the tendencies in handling the waste to reduce the negative consequences is going on. So we have everything in front of us, so we will work in this sense, what to do and how to use and recycle the waste. So the conclusions, so every year in Ukraine, together with the solid domestic waste, we have about 700 million tons, and inside Ukraine, so what we have, we send it to the pits. We have about 25 billion tons, and the pits they cover in Ukraine about 100,000 hectares, and the ratio of 1 square meter. So we see 140,000 tons in Ukraine.
Of course, this amount of waste takes up a lot of our land, something that could be utilized for agrarian purposes, for construction purposes, the expansion of our urban areas. Waste generation also results in deformation, soil sagging, contamination of surface water, underground water. A lot of water reservoirs get contaminated, and of course air pollution increases. This slide demonstrates a more ramified damage caused by waste. That it's not only soils that get polluted, the atmosphere too. Landscapes are also affected adversely, and all of this results in the fact that the population develops different diseases, and the number of such diseases is on the rise. And here from this slide you can see the visuals of how awful our environment is as a result of these contaminations, pollutions, and waste. So what needs to be done and what is being done in our road area? First of all, we recycle. At least we attempt to recycle and dispose of waste. When we talk about metallurgical slag, different kinds of slags, also when we talk about the waste caused by the mining industry, when we repair different kinds of road surfaces, we also have to clean up the territories in compliance with the requirements. Recultivation of land is to be implemented in order to increase the amount of our agrarian land. Waste disposal is to be done in a proper way. Technologies need to be developed for to make sure that this waste gets disposed of as more effectively as it can happen. We need to develop and implement more contemporary technologies in order to disuse any negative effects. Ms. Natalia, I beg your pardon, if you could please finish your presentation, because we are already lagging in terms of our program. Could you just speed up your presentation? All right. I'm nearly bringing my presentation to a close. Thank you for that. So our Road Institute has presented and offered the following map where and how we can borrow different technologies and apply them accordingly, region by region in Ukraine. Where we use different forms of cement, natural recycling processes. So this map clearly demonstrates that in every region a particular technology can be applied, and this will lead to the reduction of adverse negative effects. Of course, waste reductions, especially contamination of our underground water, territories will be liberated from the waste, and this all be very favorable for the conditions and better standard of living. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. And I personally thank you for being so brief and succinct. Dear colleagues, once again, be reminded that you can post your questions online. We have provided you with an access to that just to speed up and save our time for the discussion panel at the end of today. Next presentation is by Anatoliy Mudrychenko, number 7. We're still waiting for Mr. Mykhaylo Dula to connect. Therefore, Deputy Head of Division of the Technologies of Road Works, Anatoliy Mudrychenko, is invited to report on research of the rational content of asphalt concrete crumb and the temperature regime during the installation of a covering made of warm asphalt concrete mixtures. We can see your screen. You're probably loading your presentation. The floor is yours. We can see your presentation on the screen. So, Mr. Anatoly, you're welcome. Can you hear me? Yes, we can see and hear you all right. Now we can't see you. You can hear me, so I will turn off my camera. All right. Hello. I would like to make a presentation about my research into the rational content of asphalt concrete crumb and the temperature regime during the installation of a covering made of warm asphalt concrete mixtures. Over the last years in Europe and the US, new technologies have emerged which allow us to reduce the temperature when preparing and laying hot asphalt layers. And we can reduce those temperatures by as many as 20 to 200 degrees. This is done with the help of different kinds of effects, because mixtures can be created under different conditions. So the abbreviation is VME A, warm mixed asphalts. This abbreviation stands for. Asphalt mixtures are classified by temperatures. They are cold from 70 to 100 degrees, from 100 to 150 degrees. They are warm and hot, those that exceed 150 degrees. This slide demonstrates the technology of introducing admixtures. So this all depends on the procedure, on the technology that is to be attributed in order to create such warm asphalt mixtures, concrete mixtures. So we can add here organic admixtures, chemical admixtures, and there are technologies that provide for the process of making bitumen into a foam. The technology is based on making different organic admixtures. You can see them, their names on the screen. The application of chemical admixtures. So here we are talking about the application of special chemical substances which radically change the capacities and properties of bitumen. Foaming of cold bitumen with cold water or steam. This slide shows different technological installations that allow us to foam different kinds of substances. Water is injected, for example, through different parts of this aggregate in order to change the properties accordingly. This one represents the mechanical foaming of bitumen and what it looks like at the top when this takes place and after foaming has taken place. The application of warm asphalt concrete mixtures allows us to gain different advantages. So environmental aspects, of course, we can contaminate less the environment. It's possible to lay such coverage and such surfacing in a thicker way. It's possible to transport such mixtures for longer distances, and it's possible to make them thicker. And of course, we can provide for better working conditions for the road workers. So you can see the hot asphalt mixtures being laid. There are lots of different steams coming up, while if there are warm asphalt mixtures being laid, no steam can be observed. So it's much more comfortable to work in the latter conditions. At the inception stage of the research, different laboratory tests and results of those were compared. We took in consideration hot concrete asphalt versus that being cold and warm. And based on these laboratory tests, physical and chemical properties, the saturation with water, average density, etc. All of them are in line with the normative requirements. We also built different kinds of dependencies of physical and mechanical factors in order to imagine how physical properties get changed. According to the laboratory tests, the following interim conclusions can be made. It's possible to reduce temperature by as much as 10 to 30% and to make all of the mixtures of asphalt and concrete thicker. It's possible to decrease the amount of bitumen used by 10% and by 5 to 10%. It will be possible to increase the performance. So the retention properties and the durability of this material also increases. Also, we spoke about the optimization of temperature regime and the elements of the mixture. We have tried and tested a certain number of different laboratory samples, and according to these laboratory tests, once again you can see the results of dependencies based on their physical and mechanical properties. For us to imagine how a different amount of admixtures, components, the change of temperature regime when we create these mixtures affects the final product. Also, according to the selected components, we also try to look into the samples to test their durability and firmness, to make sure that no ruts appear on the asphalt when the asphalt gets melted. So this is one of the main parameters for us to take into account, because right now there is a lot of pressure being exerted on the coverage of roads, mainly because of the different trucks and lorries and different cargoes that those have to carry. So the purpose of our work was to investigate these asphalt and concrete mixtures fabricated according to already existent regulations and the ones that we have been trying and testing in the laboratory conditions. So we had some graphic dependencies. After 20,000 runs of the wheels on the different samples of asphalt concrete mixtures that were created according to different temperature regimes and with different components. According to different dependencies obtained, it was determined that the samples obtained complied with all of the parameters of the state standards, and they stand at 1.5. The cost of making of these mixtures was used in order to create the feasibility studies for creating such concrete, asphalt, crumb. So the following conclusions can be made. The cost of making such mixtures is heavily dependent on the elements and the energy used in order to prepare these compositions. But it's possible to make savings of 10 to 15% at the expense of reducing the temperature. Also, in this case, one should pay attention to the fact that lower temperatures at mixing and modifications of bitumen may also result in greater viscousness of this concrete asphalt mixture. And this will result in greater flexibility, that will result in greater durability of the road surfacing, and will enable us to once again make some savings when we have to maintain the roads. When we reduce the viscosity of bitumen, this results in greater regeneration of the material. But there are some caveats and precautions to be taken into account, because the above-mentioned technology may be applied only during 20 years, and there are also some precautions concerning the characteristics of the surfaces made with such materials. If it is proved that warm asphalt concrete mixtures perform better, then their advantages will be much greater than of the materials which are currently being used. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Anatoly. Thanks a lot. I can imagine that this section is over. Am I right? Yes. I thank you and appreciate your work. Thanks a lot for the moderation. Thank you for the keen interest in our technological developments, for inviting us to your program. I apologize for the technical disruptions, but it's been really fascinating to listen to all of the presenters. Now, dear colleagues, dear participants of our course, we continue. Next section is dedicated to safety and traffic organization. We have 4 presentations, the first of which cannot be made right now for technical reasons. This was supposed to be made by Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University. Then I would like us right now to listen to number 10, the problem, or number 9, a systemic approach to road traffic safety. Mykhaylo Bezrodnyy, head of a division for certification of management systems. Please disconnect the previous presentation. Thank you. So let us get it underway. Somehow I cannot make my presentation full screen. You have launched your presentation already, but F5 is not providing any effect. We cannot see your presentation, unfortunately. No. Technical support. Yes, now we can see it. Thank you. Yesterday, during the last presentation, Mr. Alexei, when commenting on information on one of the slides, attention was stressed on the necessity to exercise comprehensive approach when utilizing safety on roads. And in my presentation, I would like to delve deeper into this statement. Safety of traffic is a global problem, because every year over 1 million people die across the whole globe, and dozens of millions of people get injured, and this problem is only growing out of proportion. So significant reduction in morbidity as a result of such severe injuries can only be achieved if we exercise comprehensive approaches to road safety. Being aware of the scale of this problem, And the challenge, the General Assembly, UN General Assembly in 2019 approved its resolution in favor of increasing safety of road traffic on the roads. And in 2020, one more resolution was approved in line with which 2021 through 2030 are pronounced to be the second decade of actions to ensure safety of road traffic. As a result, they would like to achieve a global purpose of 50% reduction of traffic accidents and injuries inflicted as a result of that. The Regional Commission of the UN, the World Health Organization, within the framework of partnership in the cooperation with the UN in the matters of road safety, have developed a global plan, and the period it covers is 2021 through 2030. This plan has been devised as a guideline to ensure that the second decade of security on road safety will achieve all of its goals and objectives set. It also sets out what needs to be done, and it's based on certain principles that you can see right now on your screens. These principles determine that designs of different safety systems have to take into account the needs and wants of different users, so they have to be proactive rather than just respond to different kinds of traffic accidents and injuries. Safety on roads is common responsibility, not only that of the government. And the last principle of them is raising safety is something that cannot be done on a single occasion, but it must be a continuous process. The plan also proclaims that the road infrastructure and people have to interact in such a way in order so as to ensure the high level of safety. This global plan also calls upon the governments and countries to implement the comprehensive approach, which is called the so-called SAFE system. This system provides for different mistakes that are typical of humans. It also provides for designing roads and transportation vehicles in such a way that they can avert deaths or injuries. It also provides for responsibility or liability in case road accidents take place, so that different kinds of road members, not only pedestrians are called to account, but drivers and other road members.
Also, the SAFE system means the use of safe vehicles and to avoid the accidents, and also the principle of reducing the deaths and serious injuries down to the zero. So this is the target of a global plan. The global plan states that the road transport is a complicated system which has the base the safety, and you see on the slide the components, the planning of multimodal transport system and land use assures the optimum composition of motorized and non-motorized vehicles for equal mobility. Second element is a safe infrastructure of the roads, which was stated by Lyudmyla Nagrebelna in her presentation today. The road infrastructure should be planned and operated in the way that assure multimodal mobility and to reduce the risks not only for the drivers but all participants of the traffic movement, and so the infrastructure for vehicles should be intuitive and clear for safety of all participants of traffic. And the third element is use of safe vehicles for their safety. The design of on vehicles should include different functional elements which avoid the accident possibility on or reducing the traumas of drivers and passengers in case of accident. Also, together with regulatory acts, we need to promote supply to consumers safe vehicles which should be developed without the manufacturers. Next point is the legislation which assures the safe behavior of participants of road traffic, and also we need to use the punishment for violations. The behavior of traffic is influenced by infrastructure elements, structure units, and infrastructure should take into account all needs of all participants of traffic, and should be clear, intuitive, and to assure actions which are the most safe. So, depending on the violations, the punishment should motivate the driver as well. Also, the legislators can establish additional rules for reducing the working time or surveillance of behavior of drivers through control means like tachographs and speed reduction devices. And if the accident happened, the complex actions and should be taken as soon as possible to provide assistance and help to the passengers and drivers, to provide help with life assuring means before the doctors and paramedics will arrive at the place of accident. To the contrary, to the global plan, which is up to 2030. The previous plan, global plan, which was efficient until 2020, established the safety for the traffic, but the effective global plan, as I said before, underlines the introduction of a safe system complex. This approach is oriented on the safety of the traffic and planning and assuring safe movement and different organizational levels at the level of the state, regions, local administration, and companies and organizations. So this is compatible with ISO standard 9000 according to the approach to safe system. So the main elements of the global plan, they are interrelated with elements of a safe system. For confirming this statement, I will provide the definition of safe transportation in ISO 9000. So these are the roads, the vehicles, medical assistance means, and elements of the road as it is defined by the safe system definition. So in the safe system, there is a long-term target for safety. The road system should be aimed at the reduction the errors in introduction of a network with speed which coincides with road organization. and investments and placement money in the place where the biggest advantage for society is established. So through the traffic, performing the task of keeping the safety and health of people, and also the responsibility of different entities that participate in the traffic system approach to traffic management is described in ISO 9001 as for the requirements to traffic, and the management system in this standard organizes the safety of the traffic and the planning of measures through system approach to the safety. This standard, the traffic safety is established as a relation between consequences that can and actions which can bring to traumas and damages to participants of the traffic. So organization of safety on the road can reduce the accidents, traumas, and finally eliminate such risks of such accidents. But to make the road traffic system management it should be oriented on the precise results of traffic system coordination of measures between all actors who are interested in the safety of traffic, observing of legislation and financing of all measures for safety. All organizations should ensure informing of all participants on the safety, underline the common responsibility for these measures. It should assure the monitoring of the safety and also creation within the system of safety, the sharing and communication of information. And besides, to achieve such results in the traffic safety, the appropriate measures should be established and introduced, such as planning of a road network, considering requirements of safety, access and non-access of drivers on the line, elimination the consequences of accidents, and so to assess the results of traffic safety, the organization should have the calculations of the results which are established in the form of values. The results in the traffic safety should be structured in appropriate way, and they should cover long-term results, which together with middle term and short terms in the field of traffic safety show the ratio of expenses and results should assure the establishing the result in the protection and the current results, which establishes the intermediate result in the traffic safety. As based on the above, we can make the conclusion that efficient system of traffic safety according to ISO 9001 established and introduced in the organizations which interact within the traffic safety based on the legal norms. And this is a very efficient element of introduction of safety measures fulfillment the actions within the global plan in the traffic safety field from 2021 to 2030. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, you can ask them now or in the discussion panel. Thank you. Mykhaylo, I hope and I think that the questions we will postpone to the discussion panel because we are a bit behind the schedule. So now we will have the presentation. I would like to tell you that presentation 12 will not be capable. There will be the presentation from Kharkiv National University. Oleksandr Ryabushenko, Associate Professor of the Department of Traffic Organization, and Oleksandr Plechov, PhD student, Department of the Organization of the Safety and the Problem of Controlling the Speed of Vehicles on City Highways, who will make the presentation. So, Oleksandr Ryabushenko, welcome, please. So, the topic of my presentation is the speed control on highways inside the cities, because this problem is very relevant, and we had a very interesting presentation by Lyudmyla, and she was saying that the speed is the main killer on the roads, but it is not so. Because the speed is dangerous and incorrect driving, so the speed is element of traffic, and so safe speed is the achievement of the appropriate elements of organization of traffic. So if we are based on the positive experience, the basis of all this, the stratification of roads and speeds. Every type of road, they get the regime, the mode of access to such a road, and regulation of access. So this is the network, how it looks like in the United States. The same systems they exist in Ukraine and in Europe. So in Ukraine there is a classification of roads and streets, namely the specific DBN for every type of a road in the street, and the use and requirements for the technical part of construction and operation. There are recommendations on the speed, but there are no recommendations on speed mode. So it is requested to develop a precise document on this in this sense, which would allow the participants of the traffic to take motivated decisions on speed control, because the road allows the owners of vehicles to increase the speed at the sections where the safe conditions are created, but which safe conditions and how they should be created and shown in the rules. It is not written anywhere. So that means that the vehicle or the road owners, they don't want to take the responsibility to introduce such system. But when if such document is developed, the advantages of this approach is evident. It is the relevance of the access to the road and speed. So the high speed roads, they should have the reduced access from the side roads to increase the speed mode. So these approaches should be based also on scientific researches and the results, and this experience was established already after many years. So there are classic models, dependence of speed on the type of the road. So we see that the increase of speed after the raise of the speed above 70, the risks of accidents grow, but the modern approaches they allow to build a very sensitive system in the sections and roads where the most dangerous types of accidents are eliminated. For example, for passengers, just a collision in our highway, like in our case, where the continuous movement, it is written in the standards, and they are absent, and they allow without risks and danger to increase the speed without risks, and this is in the leading countries of the world. It is clear that the zonal reduction of speed is used for central in business districts and solitary districts on certain sections, but in certain zones there are general reduction of speeds. For example, in Paris there are zones with 20 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour. There are 80 zones like this, but the network of roads allows to increase the speed mode and to assure movement with appropriate speed.
These are just some of the illustrations to show you what it looks like in real life. Also some Google Maps to show you that all of these main streets run through megapolises and large cities. In the sections of the road where road conditions permit you to speed, there are not that many risks. It's possible to raise speed, and this is done. In Ukraine, such measures are of very sporadic character. As far as I know, in Kiev are there such sections of the road where we have the speed control in place. I don't know whether it is still in place or whether any changes have been introduced. In face of the lack of documents to rely on, those who own these roads and maintain them are not willing to assume such decisions. Therefore, one may say that the requirements to control speed and implement this mode of speed control, in the first place, is to make sure that the interests of those who are most vulnerable as road users have to be taken into account. So this has to be compliant with the conditions of the road. And of course, drivers have to understand the logic behind that, because in Ukraine in particular, something that stopped this system from implementing is the availability of the very specific mentality which is prevalent with drivers. Very many of our drivers consider that we have to comply with only the restrictions and limitations in the traffic rules, which are clear and fair for them. In face of the lack of such a system to enshrine and identify all of the provisions concerning speed control, different officials shirk responsibility for taking any necessary decisions. Therefore, sadly, we cannot make sure that the system gets implemented. There is no legal framework, and different state standards are not applicable because the standard itself and the peculiarities or the lack insufficiently developed conditions and terms on the roads of Ukraine, and different caveats included in this standard, that a lot of decisions have to be taken by the one who needs to maintain these roads. It's possible to depart from the provisions and different factors included in this standard. Therefore, it makes it that you have to basically rely on different conditions in the sections of the roads concerned. One of the questions that we were posed with as we were doing our research, whether it's possible to rely on the subjective perception of risks by the drivers when establishing such a system, and what is the real efficiency of the existing system in terms of speed control and automatic speed control modes. So we have enough base and data concerning the experimentation and documented different speeds of the traffic across the main streets, along main streets in Kharkiv, both in the main streets and secondary important streets. We also have an Instagram on the distribution of the speeds in these respective streets. We had the special radar that you can see right here on the screen, Bushnell velocity speed gun, and we concluded that the driver, due to his or her subjective perception of the real situation on the road and risks involved in that, when selecting the speed, and this was done, by the way, in free situation, when the traffic was not very thick or dense, drivers usually try to accommodate to the realistic conditions on the road, and you can see that on the average indicators of speed and deflections from that. And you can see that for the 4 main streets and local importance streets, these indications very much differ from the speed where the traffic is free. So once again, this is in conditions when there are general restrictions in place in the city of Kharkiv, just like in many other cities. The overall restriction is 50 kilometers per hour. We can see that the predominant majority of drivers in the main streets do not stick to this restriction, whereas in the local street, the importance is necessary for them people, and they try not to speed. So local restrictions of speed in certain sections of the roads and streets, we have also analyzed that. We had 2 sections inspected in Belgorodskaya Chaussee in Kharkiv. For you to understand what kind of the street it is, I can demonstrate that on the map. This is a Google map. So there is no pedestrian movement provided for. There are some cycle lanes, that's all. But this is a pretty lengthy stretch of the road without any curves, and the visibility is not limited. Once again, no possibility for pedestrians to move. Therefore, the majority of the drivers do not try to stick to the speed control, to speed restrictions. And this refers to the majority of main streets for both Kharkiv and other large cities in Ukraine. And we have been able to observe that establishing local speed restrictions, particularly zebra crossings, and when we have signs of 40 kilometers per hour, still it does not restrict drivers, and they still opt for very high speed. In some sections of the road where you can see a curve of the profile of the road, and you can see some of the constructions very close to the roads, the majority of the drivers can reduce their speed. So the subjective perception of the drivers speak in favor of danger, therefore they immediately reduce the speed of movement. So they regulate the speed themselves. We have also conducted the study of speed control, how that affects safety on the road. We moved our post of speed control from section to section. Police, before the war, had controlled this speed with the help of the following equipment. And now you can see the area where we were controlling the speed of the traffic. And you can see the average indicators, 57.8 kilometers per hour. And some 350 kilometers off the place of our control, we saw that people reverted to their usual indications where control was not in place. So the average indicators of speed reached nearly 70 kilometers per hour as opposed to 50. So the control, speed control affects the speed of traffic only in the local areas where the fixation of speed is done. Otherwise, drivers always speed. We also try to provide for the effect of risk compensation, something that is very popular in Western publications, when local speed control has a negative effect on safety on the road, because the driver who was forced to reduce his speed feels that it's not justifiable, and in the next section of the road, he or she speeds up in order for the wasted time, as it seems to him or them. Well, we haven't been able to observe that, and we will continue our research. I'm not going to read all of the conclusions that we have made. You can see them on the screen. Once again, thank you for your attention. I'm done with my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for a very fine presentation. Once again, if there are any questions, we are going to take them at the discussion panel at the end of today. And now, dear conference participants, we are moving on to the next section, which is titled Road Transport Enterprise Management, International Transportation Logistics Service, Maintenance and Quality. It's a very comprehensive title, and in this section, we have provided for 13 presentations to be made. We still have half an hour before the lunch break, and I very much hope that we will be able to hear at least 2 or 3 presentations. Now I would like to give the floor to Alla Novikova, who is the head of the Center for Complex Transport Aspects, the State of Enterprise State Road Transport Research Institute, the full member of the Transport Academy of Ukraine, Doctor of Economic Sciences. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I hope you can see my presentation. Not yet, but it's been launched. Let's just wait. Now it's on the screen. You can proceed. My presentation is going to be not conventional, because it's all about Eurasian International Transportation Corridors development. China, of late, has become, since 2010, the second greatest global economy, and the main trade partner for the majority of global countries, and their external turnover was $6.3 trillion. This slide demonstrates in red the trade partners, number 1 partners, in orange partners number 2, and in yellow partners ranking number 3 for China. In 2013, Xi Jinping announced a new initiative concerning the comprehensive regional economic development, one belt, one road. And in the terminology, there is an abbreviation BRI. And the idea is to utilize the know-how of China, the wealth of its industry, and that goes for neo-imperialism. Thus, all of the countries will be gravitating to China. So 138 countries and 30 international organizations have been included in this initiative, and several $1 trillion have already become investments in this program. You can see the different stages of how countries are how countries accede to this program in years. In October this year, this forum celebrated its 10th anniversary, Belt Road, BRI. This is the Silk Road Organization of International Cooperation, and here it demonstrates the main roads and pathways and transportation corridors. You can see it better on this slide. So the Belt and Road Initiative offers 6 economic corridors spanning Asia, Europe, and Africa. The first of which is China, Mongolia, Russia, having an access to the north of Russia, the Baltics, and Scandinavia. The next, land bridge. This is a term which is already common. Eurasia Land Bridge Economic Corridor. What makes them interesting is they are very much expedite transportation, because the conventional way is about 1.5 to 2 months. By railways, it's about 2 weeks, sometimes up to 10 days. The third corridor is China through Central Asia all the way to West Asia. The fourth one covers China, Pakistan, and spans all the way over the Pakistan. And the fifth one covers Bangladesh through China, through India, through Myanmar. Additionally, they're also implementing 2 maritime silk corridors via South China Sea to the Pacific Basin, and another one over to the Indian Ocean. Concerning the cooperation with the European countries, in 2017, Commission Ukraine and China developed a plan to implement this economic Silky Road initiative. We obtained some investments. They modernize roads and railway all the way from Budapest to Skopje to Athens. A lot of Chinese capital was invested in Belarus. Belarus has allowed them to come in. And near Minsk in Smolevich, they have established a big industrial park, which is called the White Rock. And now via Belarus, a lot of containers are being sent all the way to Europe. In this industrial park, there are dozens of different international companies. There's a visa-free regime for the Chinese to Belarus. And a few years ago, I had an article to read. And there it says, beware of the Chinese, because as soon as you allow the Chinese to come to your territory, you are immediately guaranteed lots of different problems. These are the investments of the Chinese in different countries. In red, the investments over $100 million, and in yellow, under $80 billion in billions. So this is neo-imperialism, as I said. There are different data available. I was able to locate some data that through 2022, some of the contracts amounted to $380 billion. A third of them went to Russia, a third to Asian countries, and another third went to other countries. A lot is being invested in Africa. So this data is a bit obsolete. However, it's still pretty fascinating. The greatest investments are made into Pakistan, Nigeria, and Singapore in the Asian area. Australia, they have started to rent Darwin port. Kenya, Angola, they're building railways in order to transport natural deposits that African countries are so rich in. This map demonstrates this initiative, the way it makes its investments in what different facilities and countries. Over the last year, the support of Russia by China due to the war in Ukraine has become very drastic. Political observers say that this is a big strategic mistake committed by Mr. Xi Jinping, because the sanctions against China have come into effect, and the United States decreased its external trade by 13.1%, which amounted to $161 billion, which stands on a par with the overall trade with the Russian Federation. China hasn't increased its trade with the countries of the EU. On the contrary, it's declining. And of course, the stock market crisis has started, and a lot of observers say that a lot of the investments made by China in other countries of the world may never be recouped. Economic challenges that China has faced with. There are a number of different sanctions slapped on China and other organizations and countries operating with China. A lot of foreign capital is coming out of China, but the transfer of technologies hasn't been finalized yet. China doesn't have fundamental science or specialists in these sciences, something that takes decades to be generated. The latest achievement by China is building 3,000 kilometers of the high-speed cables, optic cables. You remember Summit G20 conducted in September 2023, conducted under the slogan One Earth, One Family, One Future, where issues of the war against Ukraine were also raised. India did not stand in favor of China, but instead it offered its own transportation corridor. India, Middle East, all the way to Europe. It's called IMEC, and it's supposed to become the competitor to the BRID Chinese project. It comprises the communication between the East, from India to the West. So the Eastern will go via the sea, from India on to Saudi Arabia, on to Israel, and on to Greece. The European Commission, in its turn, presented another initiative, Global Gateway, which provides for the development of safe linkages in the digital, energy, and transportation sectors in order to strengthen the health system, education, and research in the whole world. It was launched in 2021, and more than 300 billion euros will be implemented in order to make Europe into one team. Team Europe is the approach titled. And the main attention will be riveted to achieving the highest values, social and environmental ones. The Global Gateway initiative by the EU, they are departing from the traditional model of development, and now they are formulating their goals in combination with their geopolitical ambitions. They provide for the sustainable development, meeting different kinds of social and developmental needs. In transportation area, Global Gateway is supposed to promote investments into the global infrastructure, thus providing for stable, smart and inclusive as well as safe connections, and making sure that there is a trans-European transportation network developed. And by 2030, they would like to unite African and European multi-modal transportation networks. We have lost connection.
So I think that it is a North African continent, and so in general there is a fight for Africa. Lots of natural deposits are in Africa, and lots of them are not prospected. End of that year, there was a Global Gateway Forum in Brussels. It was devoted to health and transport. And as for the transportation potential of Ukraine, of course, because of war, there was a big reduction of transportation, and connection to Russia and Belarus is development of Eurasian connection is under question. Also, we know about the blockade of the seaports, so we see the exit and develop the transportation corridor Europe, Caucasus, and Central Asia. So this is the transport strategy specified development of container transportation up to 3 million containers and 4 million containers in afterwards. So all the questions we will postpone for the end. So thank you, Alla, and all questions will be at the discussion panel. And we have the next presentation. Heavy-duty vehicles, fleet of Ukraine and bridge crossings. So the two chairs of the National Transport University, and it is represented by Oleksandr Razboynikov, Oleksandr Ivanushko. The first presentation will be done by Oleksandr Ivanushko, and the second part of the presentation will be later, so it will be continued by Alexander. So, dear colleagues, so I'm Oleksandr Ivanushko, together with Oleksandr Razboynikov. Present for your attention the presentation on the topic of heavy-duty vehicles, fleet of Ukraine and bridge crossings. And at the beginning, I would like to tell you that the results in this work will be done within the research of from the National Automobile Fund of Ukraine. So the vehicles and the road infrastructures, the interdependent systems. So depending on the operation of one system, the safety of the other system depends as well. And also the vehicles and the road transport, they play a very big social economic role, and especially now because of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, as a civil aviation space is closed, river and sea ports are blocked, and railway transport cannot assure all transportation. And as for the efficiency of operation of road transport, that depends on the capacity and load-bearing capacity. So these parameters, they have the crucial role in planning the infrastructure and operation of such infrastructure. So capacity to react to such loads means the durability and the safety of transport infrastructure. So as for road bridges as elements of a transport system, the strategic structures and the main characteristic is the load-bearing capacity. In Ukraine, the capacity of the bridges is established through calculations of for the first group of limit states and structures. So even before the beginning of a full-scale war, the average age of our bridges was more than 56 years, and the majority of the bridges were built before the 1980, and since then substantially grew the capacity of vehicles and conditions of traffic on roads, and also the technical state of bridges and the defects, namely the upper layer of the roads, they influence the safety of the traffic and state of the structures and destruction of elements of the upper layer and the bridges themselves. So following this, the appropriate method of this research was established, and the task which you can see on this slide. So, as was seen from the fleet of vehicles in Ukraine, based on the data from the Ministry of Interior, less than the 15% of vehicles are the heavy-duty vehicles. Also, since 2012 until 2022, Ukraine brought in more than 4 million vehicles, and 10% of them are above 4 ton of bearing capacity, and the majority of them they actively operated inside Ukraine. The analysis of the heavy-duty vehicles shows that the average age of vehicles is from 9 to 24 years old. Also, the specific attention should be paid to the vehicles which, due to their specific functions, they have a bigger bearing capacity, namely the vehicles whose weight maximum mass is about between 50 to 5 to 75, and these vehicles inside Ukraine, they will create critical loads, especially on the bridges. So it is desirable to take in during the designing, especially the bridges, these vehicles, and also the regulatory documents in the designing of road bridges. It was established that during the designing of bridges, the static loads are taken into account of the vehicles which are moving. But as it was said before, these vehicles they can exceed such parameters substantially, and as for the limitations which limit the parameters of vehicles, first of all, we have the road rules, road traffic rules in Ukraine, which limit such loads, and there are norms for loads on national and local roads. And having analyzed the foreign documents, the regulation of the European Union, also we analyzed the American standard bridge formula weights and the Canadian memorandum, and depending on the norms on the weight and dimensions of the vehicles which can be allowed to be operated in the world. So as for the directive of EU, so our domestic legislation is fully harmonized. Sorry, Alexander, I needed to stop you. The point is, we have the air alert in Kiev, and according to the requirements, we needed to stop. And after the end of the alert, there will be 10 plus 15 minutes. So just a break. Thank you. alert, and we can continue with our event. As we are the state organization, we needed to make stops in our work during the alerts. Unfortunately, we couldn't finish the presentation 14 before the lunch. So about the fleet of heavy-duty vehicles by Oleksandr Razboynikov and Oleksandr Ivanushko. Are you with us? Yes. So please, can we ask you to continue your presentation? Do you see it on the screen? So, dear colleagues, do you see the presentation? I don't have enough, too many here. So during the analysis of regulatory documents of other countries, we paid attention to, for example, Directive 9653, with which our standard is harmonized. Also, there is an interesting bridge formula which is effective in the United States, which defines the weight of vehicles coming across the bridges. And in Canada, they have the memorandum on the dimensions of vehicles. Also, it takes into account the climatic conditions of use of bridges. For example, in winter, they have the reduction of weights of vehicles to save the bridges. So, considering this analysis, even if Ukraine tries to enter the European Union, we could pay attention to legislation in the United States and Canada where they use bigger and heavier vehicles, and they have different approaches to bridges. So this is also for better use of road infrastructure and to reduce the influence of big dimension vehicles on the bridges. And here, let me give the floor to my colleague Oleksandr Razboynikov. So, dear colleagues, I will continue the presentation, and I would draw your attention to interaction of vehicles with the road covering. So, notwithstanding the weight of the vehicle, but doubtlessly it would be better to move on the covering of a high quality, but with time it is destroyed, deteriorated. And of course it will lead to reduction of to damage to vehicles and the infrastructure, and of course the vehicles they can influence the quality of the covering layer. So what we need to take into account during the interaction with the bridge, so we see how the frequency and waves are changing when the axles interact with shock absorbing joints. So in in different countries, they use so-called mathematical modeling of vehicle movement, which allows to calculate the movement of the dampers and movement of a pneumatic tire. Also, the movement conditions of the vehicle, we can see them in the table with the speed of 50 kilometers per hour. We can calculate the defect. If we take into account the development, so to say, of this defect, the growing in depth and width, we see the weights on the first and rear axles, and on a graphic curve, we see that the resistance for the first and front end axle, rear axles. And if we analyze the change in vertical reactions, we will see that before the defect on the covering, the load is static, but then it goes to zero. That is when the wheel does not touch the defect, and we see the depth of 120 millimeters and length is 120, so the speed is 60 kilometers per hour, and in this case dynamic load is grows to 80 kilonewtons, almost 80 tons for the front, rear, and for the rear axle it is a growth by 70 kilonewtons. So the peak loads, they can grow in 3 waves, and we should say that after the contact with the road, we find the reduction of the load, but it can bring even to raising of the wheel above the road. But the load is 3 times bigger than the static load, and if when the wheel touches the road, the first contact will be not even with road, but above the road, and then the load is grows, and we see it for the rear load as well. So we did mathematic modeling, and you see how the loads are growing under the absorber. So this is the wheel which touches the covering, and when the load grows above the static load. So for the conclusions, I would say, as Alexander was saying, the majority of vehicles, as they correspond to the norms, but there are certain of them which exceed 1.5 times, and the roads with defects, the dynamic loads can be increased by numbers, and that will influence the mechanical state of the vehicle. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexander. And I have a small short question for the public, or maybe if possible, I will bring it to the discussion panel to allow the other participants to present. And if you permit, I will propose the presentation 16. We have two present Mr. Mykola. So Yulia will make the presentation, And this presentation is done by Yevgen Lyuby as well. The professor of the Kharkiv National Automobile Road University, Doctor of Technical Sciences, and the topic is the public transport network mathematical model during solving the task of synchronizing the traffic schedules.
Є одним з основних напрямів підвищення якості транспортних послуг. Вирішення задачі синхронізації руху дозволяє значно скоротити час очікування пасажирами на пересадочних вузлах.
So we needed to understand how the quality of public transportation can be increased, and the system of public transport cannot be studied within one single model, and so the single practical approach for efficiency of public transportation and to find the parameters is the modeling of this system to solve the synchronization of public transport. We need the development of a model, adequate model, which will take into account the spontaneous effect of public transportation, increase in the intensity, traffic jams, the behavior of the driver and waiting for the passengers, and so these variables they can decrease the reliability of service, and when all these variables will permit the scientists to establish the approach to public transportation, but it will reduce the scale. So since the 80s, there were 70 works written, and more than half of them were written since 2015. But the needs for works which establish a public transportation needs, we needed that they should be written in Ukraine, and also there were scientists who described the public transport near the railway station. Also, Udovichenko and Samchuk, they wrote work for synchronization of different means of public transportation in hubs and junctions, which took into account the periodicity of arrival of a transport vehicle, and as synchronization is established within the network of public transportation, the mathematical model which is designed for its implementation should be within the system of model of public transport, and in the work of Vitaly Nauman, we think this is the basic and the best description of this model, and which was developed for the task of optimization of the work of rolling stock. And according to the model, the public transport network is as co-functioning within the system, represented with lambda, and the number of passengers that are using public transport system for the needs of traveling, and the elements of all lines of public transportation. We should use the following objects: the length of the stations on each line, and the number of vehicles and the elements of lengths of stations are characterized with initial and final points of the stops and the lengths accordingly. And the vehicle is characterized with capacity and schedule of movement on a line. Then the schedule for every vehicle on a certain route includes the following components: the stops of the stations and the moment arrival of the vehicle at this stop. So the demand for the services of public transportation, they are represented by the numbers of passengers which wanted to use the services of buses. They are described also by the parameters, the big starting stop, the number of passengers, and the moment of time when a certain passenger will come to the stop for the travel. And as to model the demand of bus transportation, this majority was split into groups according to the stops of public transportation where they start their journey. Interval of time between moment of arrival of the passenger at the stop is a random value, and in this case we use the model of a bus stop as a variable. We can use the model, the number of parameters, the number of lines of public transportation, the capacity of public transportation, and the intervals, that is the time length. So in the simplest case, with minimum changes, the synchronization of schedules can be characterized with the beginning of the lines of public transportation, and accordingly the main technological parameter which shows as a result of synchronization is the time of waiting by passengers at the stops. Recently we saw the growth of use of multiple criteria functions, and we should say that the solution for synchronization of the movement can be not the time of waiting, but the indicators like profit of the transportation company, the cost for waiting. So we developed a general mathematical model with the system of public transportation. Is a scaled tool which allows the researchers to solve the problem of public transportation synchronizations. So this is a difficult problem, and it influences the quality of public transportation and the technology of transportation process. So considering the random character of demand is not studied too much, so the model needs further improvement and needs to increase the number of parameters which influence the quality of public transportation. So the perspective task for synchronization of the schedules in the system of public transportation in urban areas is the improvement of the existing model of the public transportation system and development of heuristic algorithm for synchronization movement. So thank you, and I finished my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yuliya, for your substantive presentation, for the material applicable not only in Ukraine. Now I would like to give the floor to the next presentation. Mykola Velisievych, Senior Research Fellow of Division of Legislative Provision for International Agreements in the Area of Transport, number 16 on our agenda. Good afternoon. The topic of my presentation is conceptual aspects of voluntary certification on compliance of public passenger transport services with the requirements of national standards. We're talking here about well-developed standards implemented, which came into effect on the 1st of February this year. They were developed by the Institute and sent to the Line Ministry, the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructural Development, as well as proposals about their implementation, which include three parts. First of them are the primary importance measures for their implementation concerning the provision of services of public passenger transport. And the second is the additional standards implementation and the actions to run the system of quality assurance in line with the requirements of the national standards. By the way, all of this refers to applying these standards. These standards haven't been applied yet. We are just developing these standards to make sure that when time comes, right now, of course, it's not due because of hostilities, but we just want to make sure that when time comes, these materials are all well prepared. In the form of the roadmap, so that we know ahead of time how and what needs to be implemented. It's logical. If national standards gets implemented, the standard needs to be compliant with the expectations of millions of people. It's a rather complicated standard itself. There is not a single person who wouldn't take advantage of public passenger transport. So this serves the best interests of the whole population of Ukraine. The implementation of certification in compliance with the national standards presents a certain complex, and it's the final stage in the chain of the normative acts already developed, which regulate the application of these standards in practice. Such standards, activities, and measures for their implementations will ensure the synergetic effect for the further operation of the whole system that enables us to ensure the quality of public passenger transport services provision. With reference to the certification that we are talking about, because right now we are only mentioning the conceptual aspects of that. That is to say, in what way and what needs to be focused on. What relates to certification in the first turn. So from our perspective, this needs to ensure objective assessment and insurance that these comply with the best standards to meet the expectations concerning the quality of service provisions. If our national standards are aligned with the European standards, we took that as premises, so we studied some of the standards that are in place in some European countries, such big transportation companies as Barcelona metropolitan system, intercommunal transport services in Brussels, and Parisian transport service, which all of them deal with Well, even 20 years ago, they began to deal with this scope of problems. So the experience of the above-mentioned countries, these are the three most powerful transportation organizations that they represent. These three areas, which are of interest for these companies, include gaining a cutting edge in terms of service provision, adding bonus points to extension of their contracts on service provision, and of course, using this as leverage for their further activities and operations. If we take Barcelona's example, the metropolitan system, they have created their own procedures in order to be issued with certificates. However, it delegated this work to the external body of certification. The essence of that lies in the fact that, of course, it has to be objective, evidence-based, to be able to identify where the thresholds set have been met. The intercommunal Brussels transportation service was one of the first companies to be certified in line with this standard, European standard EN 13816. In this case, in their contract, they identify the same bonus points, that is to say, premiums. There is a calculation provided for that, or vice versa, some fines, pecuniary punishments, unless some of the indicators set in the agreement or contract haven't been met. All these companies operate several modes of transport: trams, underground buses. On this slide, you can see reflected the approach that leads to it, to this certification. If talking about the Ukrainian public transport service providers, this certification will be just as attractive as is the case in Europe. People are very much interested in ensuring, in quality assurance, and doing this on a permanent basis. For the Ukrainian users, from now on, the distinction will be that the carriers will not have monetary bonuses, because in Ukraine, based on the conditions of the competition, there is a contract concerning providing services of transporting passengers on a certain route, and this will be an advantage that the winning company will get in terms of taking part in such competitions on an exclusive basis. And that requires including amending the procedure for such competitions approved by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. However, in the European countries, the object of competition for the carrier is monetary gains. In other words, they conclude contracts not for routes, but for the overall volume of transportation. And depending on that, a particular percentage if they meet all of the targets included in the contract, they get some premiums. If not, there are immediate fines involved, which means that particular payments get reduced for these service providers. Considering that when talking about certification, we mean that these requirements and standards haven't been implemented in full scope yet in Ukraine, and it'll take a lot of effort to get this work done. So we suggest dividing certification into two areas. The first one being certifying organizations, not only for the period of the implementation of this standard, but to have it on an ongoing permanent basis so that this system of quality assurance of service providing works on a constant basis. So for certification as such, this will be of considerable importance. If well-prepared organizations that will deal with these issues and experts dealing with these issues are properly equipped, of course, quality indicators will definitely grow. So we suggest dividing all of this work into three blocks. One will be the block dealing with organizational activities, and another block will combine all of the 8 criteria, mandatory criteria, envisaged in this standard that we alluded to before, the European standard. If we take the block of certification of organizational activities, by that we mean regardless of what this place is, whether it be a town, a city, or village, there needs to be a disposition issued about the implementation of the national standards, identifying which units in the local authorities will be responsible for that. There should be documents, sets of documents regulating the requirement and meeting the requirements of service provision. And one of the most significant elements is establishment, ensuring that there is feedback provided by the consumers of this service. Overall, this standard created in Europe 20 years ago, which they comply with, since the time of its establishment, has changed. It used to target transportation companies, whereas now it targets consumers of these services. That is to say, it is passenger-centered. Therefore, it's critical that during certification this is also taken into account. Next, the block of certification for the methods of assessment, because they will assess that via statistical methods and controllers. So some of the parts of the standard will be evaluated, will be subjected to surveying, and another part will be assessed directly, whether it be via document inspections, or maybe there will be some accounting, reporting standards applied. This yet remains to be seen. The block of certification concerning the condition of identifying corrective measures in order to improve the quality of service provided. It goes without saying that when analyzing all these evaluations, surveys, and polls, it will be necessary to identify which means and measures need to be applied to correct, adjust some of the aspects. Therefore, it also has to be singled out as a separate block. And one more block, block 5, relates to the certification under 8 major areas of the quality of service provision, which cover the scope of the services delivered, accessibility. By that we mean access to the system as well as the transportation means, information, all types of information delivered on the buses, at bus stops, as well as on different printed materials. Timelines, waiting time that the passengers need to plan for in order to commute to their destinations. Care about consumers, the elements of service delivery, all this covers both vehicles and servicing customers by the personnel, both inside the vehicles and at transition points, stops, where passengers may be also provided with some services. Our passengers also need to feel that they're secured and safe, and of course the influence on the environment is another important thing to take into account. Why? Because it is also envisaged in what way batteries, tires, and other parts and materials worn out, in what way they will have to be disposed of. So these are our proposals and methods. Of course, to ensure all this, some first steps need to be carried out. Carriers in the first place need to be made interested. And we are planning that in the next document, we will have to prepare amendments to the procedure of holding selection procedures in which to envisage incentivizing carriers, transportation carriers, for applying these standards in their operational activity. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Velisievych. A very interesting piece of information. Everyone is interested in raising the quality of services delivered to our passengers. I have a big wish to make of all of you, because according to the plan, we have 16 to 18 presentations, depending on the access to the network and availability of our speakers. This all means that according to our procedure, 10 minutes is the time that you will have to allocate to speaking. And if we do so, we will never finish before 6 p.m. today. So please, would you kindly adhere to 10 minutes time limit per every presentation? If you overtake this time, I will immediately send you red heart, as you can see it at the top of the screen. Should you see it, this means that you have to wrap up your presentation in order to make sure everyone has equal rights to make their presentations. With your permission, how do I remove this heart? While I'm trying to sort it out, I would like to give the floor to Vladyslav Zhuravel, Head of Divisions and Passenger and Cargo Transportation of the State Enterprise, State Road Transportation Research Institute, number 17 on the program.
Зараз включу екран і
Good afternoon. So, if you see my screen, yes, we see it perfectly. So once again, good afternoon. And I would like to say that today we pay a lot of attention on how to use some modern technologies to control transportation process. Many presenters they raised this point, and if we look in the program of our conference, we will see that this topic will be discussed more and more. But what I would like to point out that during my activity, I talked to mayors and heads of communities, and based on these communications, I would tell you that that the calculations of the management of transportation processes, the heads of cities, communities, and so they don't understand too much how to use the results of such calculations. So it's my point of view, and we need to think how to deliver the knowledge of how to use such approaches and increase their knowledge. My presentation is going alongside the presentation of Mykola about the quality of passenger transportation and as a component of sustainable development of a city or community within the conditions of war state. And today, during the state of war, the infrastructure inside the cities and communities is damaged. So the problem is to re-establish this infrastructure with within short time with minimum costs. So during our conference, our participants found lots of problems in the automobile transport and how to eliminate also it needs to reduce the problems in the infrastructure. Let's see how the criteria of quality of services of passenger transport, which were shown in the previous presentation, can be shown in the digital format for the community to find the better option for development of infrastructure. According to the law of Ukraine, there were criteria which regulated the access to services of passenger transportation, but the quality of services which could control the quality of such services and to look in digital formats of influence of any influences on the quality of such services and to select the optimum option for development of the community was an open question for a long time. It was said in the previous presentations about the two standards for quality of the services of the public transportation, but within a short period of time, we saw the documents which were based on European experience, and the standards could be divided into parts. The first group of standards establishes the sustainable development criteria. So this is the list of standards. DSTU 100. 37-100, 37-101, 37-106, and the second group, just conventional group of standards establishes the quality of passenger transport services. So this is the group which includes standards which were presented by Mykola previously, and And if he considered these standards for passenger transporters, but I would say that this is a part of the system of city infrastructure development. I will not develop these standards, but the numbers is 16. 138, 16, and 140. So these are the two groups of standards which influence the quality of public transportation. The first group of standards in the normative field of Ukrainian laws introduced the term of sustainable development. We were saying about this, but due to war state and COVID, the programs were adopted, but this term is not used too much. So sustainable development is, which is in compliance with development of communities, taking account environmental, industrial, and well-being needs of the population. So according to provisions of paragraph E of other standard of the first group, it is recommended to use the methods of digital modeling, visualization of data, and other technologies to present how the leader of a city and a community want to live in the city or community, and when the community can use such a digital modeling, they can compare the ways of development with probable risks and select an option of any further actions and how to implement them faster with reduced costs. And if we speak about this model of the sustainable development of the city and community, and such indicator as a transport, which is shown in one of the standards as the quality indicators of this criteria is defined in the group 2 of the standards. It's about the quality of passenger service for population, and considering the previous what is said for sustainable development of the community, we should take into account the influence of any corrective actions for indicators of first and second group of standards. And when analyzing these standards, the features of each group were found, and the interaction as well, and influence from one group on the other. So we can see this the flow chart, and the analysis showed that one of the sustainable criteria of development is the quality of passenger transportation services. So this confirms that the standards of the second group is the inseparable group of requirements in the first group of standards. So let's see which conditions should be considered in for development of cities and communities. So the applicability and the corresponds to the tasks of development, also the efficiency of management of quality of life and the services, also such indicators like energy, waste treatment, and we see the indicator as transportation, and this transportation is one of the ways of the community's correspondence to the needs of sustainability, and we see the requirements for the transport, which we can check if there are other factors on the general structure of the city functioning. And according to requirements of the standard, when we developed a digital model of the city functioning, we should see the influences of other factors on the transportation. So when we develop the option of sustainable development of city and community, we should know how the factors, the influences, the indicators of the public transport functioning. And finally, as a result of this analysis, we can say that the standards of first group, they establish the conditions of sustainable development, cities and communities, and efficiency of all services and the quality of life. And one of the most critical indicator for sustainability and efficiency of services and quality of life is the transport. So the quantitative indicators of the second group of standards, we can evaluate the quality of the transport indicator. And when we model the different indicators, depending on the need of a person who lives in a city or community, we should calculate the data masses which are based on the first and second group of standard, and the sustainable model of development of city and community should include the corrective measures which play on the first and second group of standards, and which will allow to introduce such changes fast and efficiently and in cost-saving way, which will improve the whole model and the transport indicator, and in particular, and the transport indicator can be monitored and checked online and in the field, and it will allow to reproduce the infrastructure of the city or community during the war state fast and efficiently according to the resources. I finished my presentation, and thank you. Vladislav, you always have very fascinating presentations, and your artistic approach to its formulation, it's fascinating. So the floor is now given to Svichynsky Stanislav, Associate Professor of the Department of Transport System and Logistics, Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University. Welcome, Stanislav, please. Good afternoon, all. Do you see? Yes, everything is perfect. Very good slide. Floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon to all organizers and participants, and for your attention. You will have the presentation devoted to modern settlement functions as a basis of determining the population demand for transportation. So that is about modeling of the transport before they will be implemented into practice. So the transport model is very useful, which allows to, in the quantitative way, to characterize how the changes in the transportation system influence the functioning, and give the answer how to introduce such changes, and if they are reasonable. So such work as modeling needs very thorough work by local authorities and developers of the models, which will have quite work-consuming efforts to develop the model. And during the performance of such tasks, the most difficult is to find the demand of the population for movement, and the model of transportation demand should show from where and how many people will be traveling, and for such information we use the metrics of passenger correspondence between districts, and as the basic elements for such metrics we use the capacity and the function which would characterize the intensity of transport connections, depending on the difficulty of movement between transport districts. So the difficulty, we mean mainly the time of travel, distance of travel, or cost of travel, or maybe it's a combination of these parameters, and altogether the most stable of these parameters we can look at the distance of transportation and travel, because it is within the city territory and is influenced by social and economic factors, and accordingly to bring close the model to the real demand for transport. So we use also the function of placement in the residential areas. So this is the factor which will also influence the length, and for the residential placement we can use such such survey as density of population. Also, for such surveys, we need to have certain finances, and when we will study which types of transport people who work in the city will use, also will need to find out what is the purpose of the travel, for work, for study, for purchases, and based on the analysis of the researchers, the domestic and foreign, it was established that in the majority of cases that travel distribution is very close and similar to gamma distribution for the whole, even for the whole family. And so this form of distribution we can find in the open sources, and even considering this until now, there was no explanation why there was so evident correlation of distribution of the population and inside very relevant types of city. So this distribution is almost the same everywhere in the world. So this the population the distribution was very popular for Ukrainian cities, and it was proven that the length of travel is described very well by gamma distribution. So it is very well explained that the placements of buses in the cities, 10 cities were studied, and so the placement of buses was very well explained by two-dimension distribution. Even you can see this in Sumy, the city of in Ukraine. And even if we study the small cities, even when we can look at two types of public transportation, we can define the models which can be standard even for individual travel. If we understand why it is clear for public transportation, then the question of individual travel will be needed as well. So for such a function, we will need the grounded hypothesis. How can be grounded need for travel inside the city? So the hypothesis of normality looks also logical because Ukrainian cities they have the public transportation as the main transportation means for majority of population. So in this case, the generation points they can coincide for passengers of public and individual transport as well.
So there are all reasons for us to believe that the regularity for the placement of stops, transferals, will be very similar to the regularities that exist for the public transport. In addition to that, this hypothesis can also be validated by the fact that the generation and travel of passengers heavily depends on the demand being influenced by multiple factors, many of which are still sometimes not known to a lot of researchers, and sometimes they speak about some random factors, which was mentioned by one of the previous speakers. So this fact matches the distribution of all of these factors. So this is the first step on the way to identifying the settlement of passengers of public and individual transport. And in order to receive the formula to compute this function, if we obtain this formula, we will immediately reduce the costs for surveying the mobility of our citizens, obtain the reliable foundation in order to distribute the number of travel that passengers have to carry out, and obtain the matrix of correspondence, which in many ways will also be validated by transport flows, and the likelihood for that will be definitely validated by specific facts. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Stanislav. Very interesting presentation. I think that due to the powerful potential and capacity of Kharkiv Transportation University, we are also going to produce our own modeling instruments. I hope there will be some questions to you, but of course we will have that at our discussion panel. Next, Anton Klemenko is to speak, assistant of the Department of the Industrial Management and Logistics of the Alpine Adriatic University, Austria. So you're welcome to speak. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hello. And thank you very much for interesting presentations. It's been a pleasure to hear them. The topic of my presentation, just a second. Let me share my screen. The topic of my presentation is Connecting Ukraine and Sakartvelo in Georgia, Prospects of Passenger Transportation. I will identify the country, which is called Georgia, and the place is Sakartvelo. I think it's a politically correct step to identify Georgia in the Georgian way, to make sure that Georgia also gets integrated in the European space in this time of uncertainty. The validity of this topic lies in the fact that what is important for Ukraine is to maintain its presence in the Caucasus and to be confident that Georgia will remain our ally in the future. And therefore, passenger communication serves a very good pretext for this purpose. And with that, we are going to see the establishment of the new Silk Road. It's not very much in use, but however, it exists. It runs from Georgia to Romania and Constanța, and then on to Europe. And when last week one of the companies stopped its transshipments via the Suez Canal due to different reasons, the significance of this transportation corridor will, of course, only rise. And naturally, it would be very good for Ukraine to have a branch from this road leading to Chernomorsk. Georgia is a very interesting example serving us in this case because it's a kind of a peninsula within the European family, because via Turkey this pathway is very long. This route is very long, and it provides for having to cross multiple borders. Another road is via the sea or air. We have another connection between Cyprus and Greece, Malta and Italy, Iceland and Denmark, and something that all of these countries have in common is that the predominant communication for them is aviation. All of them also have ferry crossings. At least it's operational once a week. Contemporary condition. As of now, we don't have aviation communication in place. Unfortunately, however, it will be reinstated, and it will become once again one of the main ways to transport passengers. However, now, every 2 days, we have direct buses running to Georgia. They're pretty expensive. It takes about 10,000 hryvnias to commute from Ukraine to Georgia, and it means that you will travel 56 hours, and this is not the most optimum way of travel. Only the people who have a dire need to go there and have no other options will take advantage of this communication. Air communication. For you to comprehend the cost of that, we analyzed the communication to Georgia and to Poland from Ukraine for us to understand how it will be in the future. It costs about 5,000 hryvnias for the moment, and it's about half an hour duration, depending on the point of destination in Ukraine. There is also a ferry crossing, which is presented by the Ukrainian Ukrferry company. Previously, they ran routes from Chernomorsk to Boti, Batumi, and on to Istanbul. However, the only ferry of this company, which still remains in the Black Sea, works from Constanza to Boti. By the way, this ferry is a pride of Ukraine because it's the largest in the world ferry carrying railway cars, and this opens up huge potential for Ukraine because it allows us to carry not only passengers but also buses and even railway cars, which opens up for us vistas to think about railway communication not only with Georgia but with Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, theoretically speaking. Also, as of now, ferry crossing from Constanza to Poti, where the distance from Chernomorsk to Poti is about the same. It takes 38 hours, and it runs more frequently, and technical possibilities allow us to shorten this time to 30 hours, especially overnight. For example, if a ferry leaves Chernomorsk at 10 p.m. and arrives in Poti or Batumi the following day at 4 p.m., which affords the passengers to travel conveniently from one country to another. And it also affords multi-mode transportations. If we ensure this convenient communication from Chernomorsk and Odessa to other cities and countries in Europe, and ensure a good connection to Sakartvelo and Tbilisi in Georgia, this is a really interesting, exciting opportunity for Ukraine. Another thing which is worth considering is Estonia and Finland. I mean, the Baltic Sea countries. These countries are very influential and powerful. They have Sinji Line, Vikings Line, Italink, and the ferries that they run to link the major cities in Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, Finland, are not only of passenger but of touristic significance, and this is another importance for Sakartvelo to make additional earnings, to make sure that our two countries become more attractive for tourists. Additionally, In addition to ferry crossings, we can also think about automobile communications. If we have aviation and ferry communications, the significance of bus communication most likely will decline. However, it's necessary to align and establish very good communication for private car owners. And in this respect, one may think about creating streamlined procedures of passport control. For example, have passport inspections for Sakartvelo here in Ukraine, or in Sakartvelo meant for Ukraine if you're traveling to Ukraine. Another fascinating thing would be thinking about the pre-Schengen zone from Moldova, Bulgaria, and Romania to Sakartvelo, and from Sakartvelo to them, to make sure that if right now we cannot freely travel around Schengen zone, we can make arrangements with the countries who are also seeking this opportunity, and thus streamline entry procedures for these countries and for those country citizens to us, that will significantly expedite communicating by road and rail. Because for the time being, if you want to travel by car from Ukraine to Sakartvelo, this will be 4 to 5 borders that you will have to cross, including Moldova. And crossing points that have been established between Romania and Bulgaria will definitely speed up this process. If you have been to Bulgaria or Romania, you know how speedy this process is indeed. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, once again, I will be happy to answer them. And please email them to this address that I have on the screen. Thank you very much, Anton, for presenting a very clear example and working exactly within the 10-minute time limit. Now, the next presentation will be made by Yevgen Lyuby, Associate Professor of the Department of Transport Systems and Logistics at Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University, Doctor of Philosophy. So, Mr. Yevgeny, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, my presentation is being uploaded. I would like to apologize for this slight delay. Can you hear me? We still cannot hear the presentation while you are quite audible. I'm trying to launch it. Indeed, that there are some technical difficulties that are stopping me. I'll try to troubleshoot. Turn off your video just to save some internet traffic. Maybe that'll help. There you have it. I can see that there are some difficulties with internet connection that our speaker is having. Given very heavy workload that we have to carry out today, my proposal is that if the next speaker, Lyudmyla Nagrebelna, is ready, let us listen to her, and then we will revert to the previous speaker. If there are no objections, let's proceed this way. Oh, we can see that Vladyslav Vlasenko will be speaking to make the next presentation. Okay, so if you're ready, let's hear it from you. And then we will get back to the previous presentation. Thanks a lot. May I start? Is another speaking having technical difficulties too? Oh no. We can see your presentation on the screen. Please start your presentation, show your slides, because it's the last slide which is on the screen now. Thank you. We can see you, we can see your slides. You can expand them. Just like that. So now please proceed. We cannot hear you for the time being. You're saying something, but there is no sound coming from you. Please unmute your microphone. I hope you can hear me now. Yes, we can. This sound is impossible to be translated. I'm ever so sorry. It's impossible to make out what you are saying. And I very much suspect that the listeners won't be able, the audience won't be able to make it out. Another computer that you were trying to enter to log on, perhaps you can use it. We can, but there is a lot of echo. You have to mute one of the microphones. I have turned it off. No, there's a lot of echo still. Still echo persists. We have reverberations of the sound in your room, obviously. There are two sources of audio. Just a minute, please. Bad audio sound quality. I'll try to speak more loudly, and we will be watching all of your slides very closely, trying to make out what you mean from the two sources. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to present at this conference. The topic of my presentation is using of models in the calculation of traffic flows.
So there is a very big experience in the world of using transportation and the organization of traffic is the way of using the engineering network and also we needed to take into account the conditions of the vehicles and the transport flows and movement of vehicles so these are the variable parameters which can be characterized by different characteristics. And the models of planning, they can understand how the traffic can be moving and in which environment it can operate. And so the traffic movement is a specific object. So there were researchers they require to know the characteristics of the traffic flow and the requirements for the traffic needs to know how the traffic moves and how the traffic can be overloading the transport system. So the main task of mathematical modeling is taking into account all parameters of the highway and the street network. So this is these are the tasks of organization of movement. And so these are the models. They are based on different formulas. So these models can be mathematical imitations, information, situation, and linguistic and physical. And they can be dynamic and static, and discrete and static also. And different models can have different advantages. So the modeling of transport flows can be using macro and micro models. So microscopic models. They can model the movement of one car, so they can look at the density. That means if the road cannot provide this movement, so the function is not fulfilled. So in a graphical way, it is represented on the curve. And also we can calculate the density of the moment. So the flows of traffic, if the flow exceeds the capacity of the road, the traffic can be sent in other ways, and the traffic should be redirected. And so in this way, the transport model should be efficiently used. This is the visualizing of movement of transport and priorities for transport. And also, so these are the requirements for recovery of our country. The transport model should be used for elimination of transport problems in Ukraine. The transport modeling used by the company Bespalov Lab and the company Bespalov Lab, they provide training for modeling, and they participate in development of transportation requirements, and namely the road network. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. So you brilliantly performed the problem and your task. I'm very happy that this School of Transport Modeling develops in the Transportation University. If you permit, I would ask Yevgen to come to the previous presentations, number 20. So we see the presentation. Also, I would like to greet all the participants with this opportunity to make presentation during this holiday and greet everyone with the holidays. And I would like to comment on the presentations of the previous presenter, that not only these companies and enterprises they do the transport modeling. There are other companies, so we needed to pay attention at the experience of using the experience of transport modeling of other institutions. And today's presentation is presenting the results of researches of rational parameters of traffic lights, if they are coordinated. We should mention that existing methods of coordination, they don't take into account the transport processes when the vehicles move on transport highways. So we should put into such parameters the arrival and interaction with other cars which coming from the side lanes, and also we should include harmonization movement on the street highways. Some new approaches which take into account this element is the task for the specialists for organization of traffic movement, and so taking into account the previous analytic model, it is possible to calculate the switch on time of the traffic light on the intersection, and this model uses kinematics depending on the speed in linear way. So we can, in the first model, the acceleration is constant, but the second model is the acceleration is calculated by Harry Won from the US. So in this research, it was the first attempt to establish of influence on the pack of vehicles in green corridors of one car. So we use the two crossroads with street lights, traffic lights, additional vehicles. They are coming from secondary lanes. So analyzing these models, we can calculate the green wave movement and in this lane, and also in this section before the second intersection there is an opportunity of additional vehicle which is coming into the highway and moving into the same direction. It should be noted that within this research, one of the issues which was not solved was the length of a section of highway between the street traffic lights 1 and 2. So the specialists in the section of coordination of traffic light systems of their placement as compared to one to another, they have different points of view, and from domestic and foreign articles we see the different distances between the traffic lights for coordination to get the precise limits between traffic light objects. We used the practice research in cities of Ukraine, so we received 66 values of sections for coordination in such cities like Kharkiv, Dnipro, Vinnytsia, Rivne, and Vinnytsia. So for experimental research, we saw that we need the range between two traffic lights within 300 and 800 meters with the step of change of 100 meters, and the lower range, which is very possible in Ukrainian cities, and the upper limit of 800, it is where the pack can be destroyed. So in this way, the process is done with standard methods, and also the modeling means that the pack of vehicles start from the first intersection and go to another intersection at which there is one new vehicle waiting for them, and a new additional vehicle appears with modeling of secondary lane from the intersection number 2. So the distance is not; it does not have the principal approach importance, but so that the most important that the vehicle would be stationed before the additional intersection. So the number of vehicles is regulated by the traffic lights. So the parameters which vary is the length of a section between traffic lights, the time of acceleration, of allowing light, and start random number. So what does it mean? So this is the setting of imitation model which influences the transport flow. Every time it is used a new one for a new set of tests. So as a result of imitation experiment, there were 660 runs. The time of allowing light switching were established for two model, and the analysis of results of analytical model shows that the most precise models was model with linear decline in character, which assured with better statistical numbers for assessment. So I would say also that these results are the basis for the method for rational parameters of traffic lights on coordinated sections in the city highways. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. So myself. So the people who monitor the street light in Kyiv are then oil companies, because the cars are staying there and using the fuel. It's my joke. So let's see the next presentation. Next presenter is not with us. So the presentations 24-25 cannot be implemented here. So now we came to the opening of the new section, which is very interesting, named Intellectual Transport Systems and Cybersecurity. The first presentation, 26, is done by Yaroslav Kravchuk. Welcome, please. So perfect. We see the presentation. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to present at this conference. My topic is world experience in implementation of intellectual transport system. Intellectual transport system is the system of integration of modern communication, information and technologies and vehicles and transport consumers and infrastructure, which is used for convenience of consumers and drivers of the transport. Intellectual transport system as the element of any successful city of the world. So they were created through the growing demand and growth of infrastructure. They provide the new conveniences without increasing of the capacity of the offer. So we will use them. The analog process like bus stops, we study drawbacks and advantages, and we provide the solution for improving of efficiency and savings. So the systems can be split into two types: the analysis and the main task of transport systems is improvement of efficiency, reduction of time, reduction of pollution, reduction of load on the road, and improvement of safety, information on optimum route. And the question about intellectual transport systems is very relevant today, and they pay fast and well, and attract lots of investments because such road works autonomously, which is much more efficient than to can maintain the existing infrastructure. The first country which started to to establish the efficiency was the country of Japan. The research started in the 70s, and in the 90s the intellectual transport system started in Japan. And in Japan the sensors of movement they are used on the road, and they allow to use information about the vehicles.
On the main roads, you can see a lot of centers informing about the data and collecting this data about transportation. In Japan, there is also a system of monitoring concerning the placement and the places of location of buses, although this is the kind of transport which is in very low demand with the passengers. So the core of this intellectual system is called VIX, and it's centered on cars. In the United States, they have developed and established a 5-year national program for the development of intellectual and transport systems. The Japanese, together with Americans in 1991, established a non-commercial organization called BATUE, ICT Europe, whose purpose is to develop intellectual and transportation systems in Europe. China joined the development of international transport systems in 1997, when they established their own laboratory and the National Engineering Center and Technologies meant for intelligent transport systems. The United States used the standard DSRC, which is adjusted for transportation purposes. So they use a one-sided to two-sided non-wire system that enables them also to prevent traffic accidents, because they do different kinds of warnings for the drivers. They have electronic payment systems, electronic duty collection. They have different data collected from sensors, etc. Intellectual transport systems in Singapore. In Singapore, on the roads, there are different detectors of transport which are stationed every 500 meters, and also video cameras every kilometer of the highway, and every taxi as well as buses are equipped with transportderms to identify the speed of the vehicle. All of the information collected from these centers is maintained by the single center managing the traffic. Intellectual transportation systems in Singapore also turn on the green light. You can do that either by pressing the button, but invalids or people with disability can also apply a plastic card, and this will enable them to cross to the opposite side. Then in Singapore, they also plan their trips because all of the vehicles, especially taxis, are equipped with GPS sensors, and with the help of the data collected, they calculate the average speed in 50 main highways, and different information is collected as well as adjusted accordingly. In China, in Hong Kong, there is a single system, fare system, with the help of which you can also pay your fare no matter what the mode of transport is, making small shopping as well as pay for parking. In Hong Kong, there is also a single system for running all of the traffic lights for cars and passengers. There are special wires installed under the asphalt. So the more the cars, the longer green areas continue, so that it enables a greater throughput. Also, every driver can buy special software which provides you with the system of all of the roads and statistical information about all possible jams in the city. In Hong Kong, like in New York, in LaGuardia 52, there are special light diodes which are better seen in darkness, and they also save a lot of power depending on the part of the day and depending on the intensity of traffic at one given time. In Ukraine, in order to implement such systems, the first steps were made in 2008 when the mayor of the city spoke about the implementation of intelligence streetlights in Kiev. Also in 2011, the mayor and the management of Kharkiv decided to do the same, implement this in order to troubleshoot for the transportation challenges in the city. In other words, the transportation infrastructure is slowly but surely approaching the creation of a single transportation system of cities, which will allow to qualitatively and promptly troubleshoot for any kinds of traffic jams that might occur on the roads. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Yaroslav. It was interesting to hear you. Next speech is number 27 on the program. So we are going to hear it from Oleh Palchevsky, Doctor of Philosophy student, Department of Automobiles and Transport Management, Vinnytsia National Technical University. You are welcome. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. We can hear you, but we cannot see your presentation yet. Oh, here it is. I would like to present to you the results of our research, the role of an integrated approach in building an effective system of intelligent management of the city's transport network. The purpose of our work was outlining the potential efficiency in implementing comprehensive system of management for transportation networks and effective approaches to apply and ensure its quality. And because we have a very intensive transportation in the cities, we need to make sure that there are other systems that would meet the needs both of contemporary economy and city residents. So here you can also read different definitions and the relevance of this work. Given the fact that over the last years, both in the world and in Ukraine, we have been observing the increase in transportation. This, of course, results in the fact that the road transportation is getting more and more overwhelming. And of course, this results in greater amount of gas exhaust fumes. The amount of traffic has increased 54% over the last decade, which renders ineffective both fuel consumption and time losses. So 20% of global CO2 emissions belong to the transportation. This is the second most important contributor to this problem. The level of transportation has increased nearly threefold due to the development of the economies. If we compare that against the indications of the 1970s, so you can see the previous statistics as of 2023, and that as opposed to the 1970s. In order to solve these challenges, they apply a variety of intellectual systems, where belong monitoring systems for the efficiency of transportation process, systems of transportation flow distribution, system of transportation process organization, system of road user information, and system of transport infrastructural management, and other lesser popular systems. In our analysis, we identified that as of now, any system to regulate the problems within the transportation system very quickly exhausts its capacity. However, if we combine two systems or more, this can offer greater flexibility and agility, given that these systems remain relevant. The implementation of this approach can be a comprehensive system to combine different systems based on the principle of the smart city. It can apply different methodologies of artificial intelligence, optimizing information, and other elements. It's also worth using here the system of adaptive management for street lights, dynamic management of traffic flows, forecasting traffic jams, identifying traffic accidents, identifying charging stations where parking lots are located, on the basis of the Internet of Things. Thus, each of these subsystems belongs to the overall comprehensive system in order to support the qualitative functionality of the clearly defined part of the transportation system. At the same time, each of these subsystems are also complex. In other words, they also combine several methods of management. Also, we analyzed a great number of contemporary studies based on the topics which belong to the complex transportation systems, and the outputs of that will definitely prove useful. And on the basis of this analysis, we looked at the strengths and weaknesses which are typical of different subsystems that could potentially become part of the comprehensive system. We need to ensure that each of the systems is not acting in a silo, but is in communication with the other ones to make more validated decisions. And the following are the most important. Once again, they're based on artificial intelligence that will provide for high accuracy to predict transportation flows and the scopes of that. It was identified that the efficiency of these models predicting the volumes of transportation flows in many ways depend on the principle they're based on. You can see two comparative tables on the slide to demonstrate the efficiency of different models based on different marginal mistakes and average indicators. Generally, in my paper, we also offer different strategies that could become the content of such a comprehensive system in order to run transportation flows, because in order to raise efficiency of transportation systems, it takes into account a lot of factors. Running such transportation systems effectively, you need to combine different strategies, including intellectual systems to run transportation systems, better development of the infrastructure of public transport in particular, promoting the development of environmentally friendly modes of transport, and making sure that passenger needs and concerns are taken into account. Only when all of these parameters are taken into account can we ensure that the contemporary requirements for the urban space will be met. So, implementing all of these complex requirements will mean that we can operate such transportation systems efficiently. Thank you very much. Once again, I will be happy to take any of your questions. Thanks a lot, Mr. Oleg. We will hear the questions of you shortly at the discussion panel. I can see Vinnytsia, Kiev, Kharkiv, and many other city residents are present with us here today, which is lovely. Unfortunately, I have to say that we're not going to have the next presentation, which speaks about technical problems. And with your permission, I suggest giving the floor to Mr. Nazarenko, Deputy Head of Research Center and Technical Service for Wheeled Vehicles Testing and State Enterprise State Road Transportation Research Institute, Doctor of Philosophy, corresponding member of the Transport Academy of Ukraine, who will initiate the next section, which is titled Implementation of International Agreements in the Field of Road Transport. So you are welcome. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you, but we can see your presentation, although we cannot see you. I'll try to be brief, because time is short. The topic of my presentation is implementation of legal regulatory acts of the European Union. Are you having some technical difficulties? Yes, sorry. About that, don't worry. So once again, I will be speaking about implementing legal and regulatory acts of the European Union in the Ukrainian legislation. So we're talking about the rest time for drivers in particular here. With reference to the need to implement EU legislation, we understand enough. A lot of presenters have mentioned this. This implementation requires numerous efforts on part of numerous stakeholders, and it's very complicated under current conditions, because any act, even if it is sorely needed to be implemented in our legislation, it's also very much time-consuming, effort-consuming, and it requires a lot of explaining. The main goals of European integration is to ensure safety on the roads, reducing the impact on the health of drivers and the environment, and making sure that the services are made and delivered at the highest possible level. Our enterprise is making a lot of effort exactly in this respect. On our site posted, there is a special section dedicated to European integration, which contains a lot of texts, directives, translations of these texts, regulations, comments to legislative acts. This work is a lot of effort on numerous people who I'm very much appreciative of. If anyone is interested, there's a link to it that you can follow. The document posted on our site cover lots of different areas, and we are speaking about rest time, the regime of recreation of the drivers. The regime of rest and work of the drivers are intrinsically connected with tachographs. Those of you who are familiar with this topic, there are several types of them. There were different analogs, digital tachographs. There are also some digital ones in place, but once again, a lot of control is connected with this device. It's a whole holistic system of interaction between the tachograph, the vehicle itself, accounting and reporting systems. The development of this system is stipulated in the legislation of Ukraine, in addition to the Euro-Atlantic Integration Agreement. And in line with the provisions of this document, we were supposed to implement the regulations 3821 and 561. One more association agreement, in addition to the association agreement, is the European agreement in relation to carriers that exercise international transporting. It is recognized and it is applied in Ukraine. Provisions of this regulations are very similar to the previously mentioned regulation of the EU under number 3821. The majority of these provisions have already been implemented in numerous Ukrainian legislative acts. You can see the list of them. You can see different ministries of Ukraine, the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine, the Ministry of Communications of Ukraine issued different orders starting in 2013. One of them speaks about the workshops servicing these tachographs, servicing the cards which are used for these devices. There's a set of instructions, 385, about the application of the controlling devices. And the Ministry of Communication of Ukraine issued another document back in 2010. A lot has been done in this realm. A lot of specialists of our enterprise participated in the development of these acts. Still, it's not all yet. The employees of our enterprise, today, by the way, we have mentioned the draft bill 4560. In addition to other provisions submitted in this draft law, it contains some provisions concerning arrest and work regimes for drivers. Those of you who are interested, you can read about that in one of the publications, Автошляховик України, #1, dated this year. This information, this publication is also posted on our website, so you can log on and read it. Now getting back to the European countries and the EU legislation, in addition to the two regulations I've mentioned already, which have been implemented, there is a great number of other legal regulatory acts, directives. Here you can see the list of them, just a very truncated one. A very important one is here, Regulation 165 about tachographs, about the implementation of the so-called smart tachographs, which are of great importance, but unfortunately we cannot service or implement them to the fullest.
Там є поділ.
So they are split in by the type of access. These are not all the regulations are related to work and rest. There is also a very interesting set of documents which are included into the mobility pack. So the documents of this pack, they were published in the European Union Journal, is a pack of 4 documents. Those who know about these documents, the main regulations are 2020-1054, 2020-1055, and Directive 2020-1057. Regulation 56, it doesn't describe too much the work and rest, but it's about the documentation used during the transportation, but it is included into the pack. So the introduction schedule for this mobility pack, it's a complex pack, and it is related to many different modes of work and rest, requirements to drivers, to their rest, to places of rest, requirements to the transporters, and logistics is also included. So this is the schedule is preliminary because considering it is quite new, it changes a lot for even the EU countries, and there is a mentioning that now Ukraine should not fulfill it, but we hear that even if we do not, we are not obliged, we are working on the market and we should be ready. The mobility pack is accompanied by some warnings which can influence this schedule. It can be changed, and moreover, when introducing this mobility pack, there are lots of court proceedings. It is discussed very actively, and this mobility pack, it's a compromise solution, but with different problems, with bigger problems, even EU countries, and to implement it fully and coordinate and introduce, it's quite difficult because the European legislation is written in this way. So there are lots of requirements, but they are only consultative. So it is recommended, and the introduction of these conditions makes the problem. Information about this mobility pack on the Arslan website, also with note that Ukraine should not implement it now, but we needed to be prepared, and it so happened that we always catch the EU countries. We now, for road transportation, we have 60 or 70% of total transportations in Ukraine, and transporters, because of the war, so the transporters they have everything on their shoulders, so humanitarian and military deliveries, and normal and regular deliveries, and everyone heard about the situation which happened in Poland, that we dump, we create problems for them and our carriers, and our trucks driving, but we cannot exist without this. So we should prepare, we should introduce, and ready for introduction. So we should expect the reaction of the European countries. So it's our outlook, it's our inertia. And as for me, we should work better, and the regulations, we should prepare them and implement them and start to fulfill them. Why it is required to do? Because as compared the order 140, without taking into account the variables which were in 2022, so the order 340 was about domestic transportations, and there was another order about international transportations for the lengths of driving, rest, and work. So they are very similar, but there are differences, and these differences were the basis of control, and because the tachograph records the violations, and the order 340 was created on the basis of an international convention of International Labour Organization, and for a long period it was functioning, and it has differences, but tachograph was not used. But thanks God, we put changes, and we adopted 340 for recording the work mode of rest per week and per day. But it took a lot of time here, so that it was when it was coordinated, but considering that the vehicles of the transporters, they carry all the burden of transportation. My proposal, and from my colleagues, to be prepared and to implement step by step the mobility pack in our legislation. If we want to stay on the market of transportation and compete in equal way with European transporters, we should be prepared for this now, because of the war. And if we had the same conditions to work in domestically as we had outside, we wouldn't have the same problems. and we would be capable to compete, and the transporters would not have problems for transfer. So this is the introduction, and that's what we will do in our company in the center, and we wanted to introduce changes in legislation on implementation of a mobility pack, and I hope that the next year we will prepare and we will show in the magazine, and we will present to our ministry for coordination, for approval, so that the transporters would work under the same conditions as European transporters. So in short, it's all. Thank you for your attention. Maybe it was too fast, and maybe I didn't show something. If you have questions, I will answer you with pleasure, but this is only the beginning of the work which we plan to do. So thanks for your attention. That's all. So thank you for your big work. Really, the big work is only coming, because we are catching only the European countries, and that's why we create non-competent conditions of work for our transporters. I agree fully with you when we were speaking. Good afternoon. Do you see my presentation? Yes, we see it perfectly. So good afternoon. I would like to present to you the analysis of the new edition of ECMT, what it is, and what was in the new edition. I would like to stress about the importance of road transport today. According to data from the Ministry of Infrastructure in 2022, the value of road transportation for export was 1/3, and for import 2/3. And if we look at the month by month breakdown in 2022, we see that the markets from the beginning of the war, before the March, it was drop, and then it was raise, and we see at the end of 2022 the road transport as value was equal to sea transport, and as for the import, it was the majority, had the majority share. So I would add that it took part in the international transportation within the ECMT, and then the transporters, they were acting within the ECMT. What it is, ECMT started in 1953 by 16 countries, and then it was transformed into big international forum, not only on the European continent, but all around the globe, all continents, and it covers not only road and land transport, but also sea transport. And the main document of ECMT is the guidelines, and it's the main document for transporters. It was created for liberalization of road transport, land transport, and harmonization of competition between the members. And there are regular meetings of the Transport Committee for revision of requirements to vehicles, the main use of ECMT guideline, and the transporters, producers of vehicles, and representatives of the countries. So what is the guideline? ECMT guideline. From first pages, we see what should be on board of a vehicle. So you see the list. This is the log, the permit and certificate of compliance, the log is a book of all transportation operations, where and what weight was transported in which country. So, so how to use it? It is shown in the Section 5 of ECMT, permit of ECMT. It is applied for in every country. It is applied at the Commission. Commission considers and provides the permit. So the permits are allowed during 1 year and to a limitless number of countries. So they are covering European pass 4, 5, 6, and they have some limitations for vehicles which can come there, and it is shown in the permit. The permits they can be delivered to transporters, can be cancelled, transferred, and all these rules are in Section 6 and 7. And what was changed in the guideline? New certificates appeared in the guideline. Previously, there was the CMT certificate for engine vehicles known as a green certificate because it was printed on a green paper. For the trucks between 3.5 and 6 tons. What does it give? Such vehicles, they have different requirements which are underlined, so the vehicles can not only be using diesel engines, but also ignition engines, and they can be operated in a different way. So I will not show you the difference for this. Also, there were changes for trailers. Previously, these certificates were yellow, and for trailers more than 3.5 tons of weight, with new guideline ECMT in 2022. So trailers below 3.5 tons can be used. They have different requirements. They don't need the protection from sides, and so these are the examples of green and yellow certificates. So this is the certificate of Scania and Krone. And also on board of vehicle, of transport vehicle, there should be certificate of technical compliance according to ECMT. So if it is just a truck, it would be one certificate. If it is a train, so one for tractor and one for trailer. So these are the examples of real certificates issued by us, and so you see. The certificate shows the emissions and the date of ecological check of the vehicle. It is from the trailer, so we don't have them. If it is a vehicle with ignition, sparkle ignition, we should see the lambda and CO concentration. For diesels, we have the amount of exhaust gases, and if we see the certificates and which shows the mass of vehicles. Before these changes, we had 3 categories. After entrance of new certificates, we had 6 categories. So it increases the fleet of for transporters which they can use within the ECMT permits. So summing up, for manufacturers, they should be aware and deliver certificates. So if certificates are delivered since the beginning of the new certificate, they should be in compliance with these forms, and manufacturers should change their forms. Transporters can use more vehicles, and controlling authorities, they should know that there are now more certificates and know their forms, and the laboratories and they're accredited for testing the vehicles. They should have appropriate equipment for testing such vehicles. So these are the main changes which we should pay attention to. The others, they are not so important. This is all for me, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. A lot of work has been done. Presentation 31 is not going to be made because the people have no internet connection. Yuri Kotov would like to present next, unless there are any objections. I would like him to speak right now. Are you ready? I hope you can see my screen. So for your attention, my presentation is about safety requirements for the design of motor vehicles of category 1 with the help of different testing cycles. So mechanical engineering plays a great deal of importance for the economic development of every country. At the same time, it also creates a lot of air pollution, which is due to the work of internal combustion engines, which contain about 200, which produces about 200 different contaminants that can split into 8 specific categories. The first of them are non-toxic substances, which are nitrogen, oxygen, oxide. And next, we're talking about different kinds of sulfur substances, lead, and other substances. One of the most important significant points for mechanical engineering is making sure that this is all environmentally friendly. Due to the climate change in the world, ever more countries are introducing more rigid norms concerning exhaust fumes. And in order to assess those, when we talk about different types of engines, there is a whole range of different standards, regulations, documents to restrict these emissions for cars. We know different norms like Euro 1.6. And if we talk about four-wheel drives, there are stage, which are applied in the EU. Tier is another norm which is applied in the United States for the most part. Due to the integration of Ukraine, we will focus on the European norms, that being stage. Now we can see it graphically, how all of these norms have been changing over the years. We are talking about nitrogen oxides and different kinds of other pollutants, depending on the exhaust fumes that the engines produce, especially if those contaminants cause up to 90% of the overall contamination. Very advanced testing cycles have been elaborated that speak about acceleration and different other kinds of stages of testing how engines work at different points in their implementation. Talking about the assessment of engines when they work on the roads. So you can see one of the graphs demonstrating how they used to be tried and tested. Different statistical data became foundation for presenting these curvilinear graphs. And it reflects the dependency of the working cycle and its dependence on different kinds of resistances. So you can see the work of the excavator's engine and the working cycles, which consists of 6 stages presented on this graph. And you can see the stages presented here on the slide. I'm not going to read that. Similar load characteristics can also be presented for other types of vehicles, cargo vehicles in particular, but they will be of more simplistic character. They can also significantly differ depending on the mode of transportation, on the geography of their implementation. And of course, we need to account for the fuel consumption as well as environmental concerns. Concerning economic savings in Ukraine, they have already developed a special standard to be applied at the national level. When we talk about the rations for different kinds of lubricants and fuel substances depending on the capacity of the engine, and different coefficients on average when we speak about how much is done during the working shift. The consumptions of fuel are calculated via an analytical method, but they are not very much accurate or precise. The shortcoming of this evaluation concerning fuel consumption in particular is the fact that they do not account for the realistic terms and conditions of the exploitation, the conditions of road, the relief of the terrain, the types of soils, and many other factors. So it's imperfect. Concerning environmental indicators, a lot of different standards are used. You can see them, ISO 8178, and different variety of those. So they speak about different solid particles, which are an integral part of exhaust fumes, depending on different types of engines and vehicles. ISO 8178 consists of 8 sections in which they describe different ways to measure the amount of contaminants in different gas fumes produced by different types of engines. Depending on the types of fuels, analysis of those is done, whether they run on the road or not. So you can see different testing cycles presented here. One of the most commonly used ones is the 8-stage cycle, C1, which is applied when we talk about the axle of the engine using a changeable frequency, and we have an average analysis concerning the amount of contaminants during all of the 8 stages of the cycle. This standard also provides for some other testing cycles. It's a 5-mode cycle, D2, applicable when we have a permanent frequency of rotation of the axle in the engine. The 7-stage cycle, 7-mode cycle, which is applied when we talk about ignition engines whose capacity is more than 20 kilowatt, once again in stable modes, stable regimes. To try out engines at different cycles, they use an RTC cycle. The duration is more than 1,000 seconds. And there are numerous factors to be taken into account. The frequency of rotation of the engine at the time of test, based on an RTC cycle, and you can see the graph reflecting that. If it's impossible to run tests, this standard also presents a possibility under this international standard 8178. In such case, standard testing cycles are not run because they are applied only when modes of transport work under their usual routine. So there are special portable systems that you can see it reflected in one of these pictures. This system has gas analyzers, mass consumption meters, meter station, and multiple other devices with the help of which it's possible to fix the amount of contaminants in the exhaust fumes. With reference to the conclusions, testing cycles are one of the efficient ways to assess fuel, how we can economize fuel and indicate whether or not engines are environmentally friendly. In order to achieve most accurate results, one needs to develop different testing and trying cycles which are to be in line with the specificity of each of such machinery and types of equipment. So sometimes it's not necessary to use an 8-stage cycle for an excavator, for example, or a grader. So it's necessary to run these tests under the real terms and conditions of the routine for this equipment to be implemented, to be employed, and creation of the testing cycles for special road conditions, as well as development of new program devices, software devices, will significantly allay the procedure to try and test such machines, in particular for transportation, construction, and building. Thank you very much indeed. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Yuri, for your presentation. Next to speak is Zharov Konstantin, who will be speaking about wheel transport. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear friends. I will try to turn on my presentation. I hope you can see it. Thank you. The topic of my presentation is the current state and trends in the development of technical regulation of vehicles, motor vehicles. In this report, I would like to dwell briefly on such aspects as accidents, the structure of the market of motor vehicles, legal framework, and different requirements to motor vehicles. All of this in the context of comparing the indicators of Ukraine against those of the European Union. Talking about accidents on the roads, we can see that both in the EU and in Ukraine, there is a very clear trend for the number of deaths declining. In the EU over the last year, nearly 20,600 people died, and in Ukraine this indicator stands at 3,000 deaths. However, if we compare that in relative terms, in Ukraine this indicator per 1 million residents is 1.5 or even more higher than that in the countries of the European Union. For example, in Ukraine in 2022, this indication stood at 68 people per 1 million population. In the European countries, it was at the level of 46 per 1 million. So this indicator for Ukraine was calculated based on the number of the population before the full-scale invasion. So now we can imagine that this indicator is much higher because the population has reduced. That's why we are lagging substantially behind the European Union. Therefore, there's a lot to cover. If we have a cursory observation of the indicators of the market of motor vehicles operating in Ukraine, we see that the contemporary state of affairs is such that we have a lot of motor vehicles that are second-hand. The majority of them are. Over the last year, we can see that under 10% is the share of the market of the motor vehicles which are brand new. However, some 10 years ago, I remember this indicator was more than 50%. Another concern is raised by the fact that a significant part of these motor vehicles, their useful life is increasing, and a lot of these vehicles are over 12 years old. At the bottom of the slide, you can see that the volume of second-hand cars imported in Ukraine in comparison to other larger regions in Ukraine are about 1/3 of all of the transportation vehicles brought into Africa, but they are still much higher than second-hand vehicles imported to the European Union and North America. Also, another concern is raised by a steady decline of the national Ukrainian-made vehicles. And if we compare the market of Ukraine against that of the EU in quantitative measurement, in 5 years before the war, this stood at about 20%, whereas in the European Union, this indicator was nearly 100%. So the EU caters to itself by itself, producing its own new cars. However, in Ukraine right now, brand new cars in Ukraine are right now at the level of 10% of the overall share. The legal framework is comprised of the Constitution of Ukraine, Articles 3, 6, and 9, 2 international agreements, the Geneva Agreement, the UN regulation dating back to 1958, and the Ukraine-EU Association Agreement, other legal framework agreements, as well as the resolutions of the Cabinet of Ministers, number 738, dated 2011, and the procedure for approving the construction of transportation vehicles, order number 521, which are the basic documents to contain the requirements to different motor vehicles, as well as the numerical calculations in line with the national and international documentation. All of these requirements and procedures have to be brought in full compliance with the directives issued in 2018, number 858 and 2144, issued in 2019 in the EU. All of this is about motor vehicles and trailers that go with them, and Regulation 168 concerning motor equipment of different types. This diagram reflects the number of requirements or the systems of wheeled transportations, their characteristics which are to be regulated. We are taking into account category M1. At the beginning of the establishment of technical regulation and certification system, Ukrsepro system, when it was first established in Ukraine in 1993, we had 7 such requirements. These are the outdated, still dating back to the Soviet era requirements: electromagnetic compatibility, braking systems, exhaust fumes, lighting equipment. Whereas at the same time in the EU, there were 36 such requirements in place. In 30 years since that time in Ukraine, this number has increased to 30 at the expense of various reforms, amending national legislation, etc. However, at the same time in the EU, in 2022, on the 6th of December, exactly 1 year ago, they revisited all of these requirements. Operational in the EU, it was a very systemic overhaul of all of these requirements, and their number was increased substantially, and now they stand at 75. After these requirements were revised last year, of course, the structure was changed, especially in the EU. The majority of the requirements in place in the EU, as in Ukraine, are the UN rules or international technical regulations implemented by the United Nations Organization. If we compare the requirements of Ukraine against those of the EU, nearly a quarter of these requirements, 24% to be more precise, are included in the Ukrainian legislation. So the level of implementation stands at 24%. The rest are of recommendational character, so they're less stiff, or Ukraine needn't implement them so far. Or these are the regulations of the EU which are not effective in Ukraine. So the new structure of the requirements in the EU falls into 8 blocks or clusters. For the first time in the history of the EU, they have split them into 8 clusters, and I will briefly dwell on them. Block A, restraint systems, crash tests, fuel system integrity, and high voltage electricity safety. Amongst the requirements here, the most contemporary ones are A28, 112-based e-call in vehicle systems. Another block, Block B, vulnerable road users are concerned here, vision and visibility. In here we mean, in the first place, pedestrians and cyclists. And these requirements refer to such novel systems as advanced emergency braking for pedestrians and cyclists ahead, blind spot information systems, as well as reverse and detection of objects. Block C refers to vehicle chassis, braking systems, tires, and steering control. Here I would speak in greater detail about brake assisting, emergency lane keeping, stability control, and advanced emergency braking systems on heavy-duty vehicles. The 4th block refers to onboard instruments, electrical systems, vehicle lighting, and protection against unauthorized use. At that, they also refer here, in particular, unauthorized use. They mean including cyber attacks, thwarting these attacks, and protection of vehicles when selecting the speed of movement. And the next block is a virtually brand new one. It's the driver and system behavior. So here we focus our attention on alcohol interlock installation facilitation, event data recorder, the so-called black box in the car, driver drowsiness and attention warning, and a set of requirements pertaining to autopilot systems, the monitoring of driver availability, systems to replace driver's control in case of automated vehicle, as well as systems which are called to provide the vehicle with information on state of vehicle and surrounding area. In case of automated vehicles, Block F relates to general vehicle construction and features. It has remained virtually unchanged compared in comparison with the previous reading dated 2021. Block G, environmental performance and emissions. And here I would like to state that in Ukraine there are not enough requirements concerning CO2 emission reductions. We also do not have enough requirements concerning the disposal of different automotive systems, unlike that in the EU, as well as ventilation systems inside of motor vehicles. And last but not least is the block about access to vehicle information and software update, access to OBD vehicle information and vehicle repair and maintenance information, as well as software updating, which also concerns automated vehicles. Dear colleagues, thank you very much indeed. At that, I would like to thank you.
Дякую вам за And thank you for your attention. And if you have questions, please, we will answer. So thank you very much. This is a very relevant topic and a very strong presentation. Next presentation is safety requirements for the design of motor vehicles in category 1. Sergiy, please. Senior Research Fellow, Division of for Assessment of Motor Vehicles, Parts and Equipment, the State Enterprise, State Road Transport Research Institute. So thank you for this opportunity. The topic of my presentation requirements for the design of motor vehicles of category 1 and L category. So it covers a big spectrum of vehicles with two form vehicles, motorcycles, two, three wheels motorcycles, and four-wheel vehicles like quadricycles, four-wheel cross-road vehicles, cross-country vehicles, and tow tractors. So the fleet of such vehicles in the whole world is about 750 million units, and they are mostly spread in Pacific region. In Europe, there are such vehicles. It's the leader is in Italy, is about 7 million, and in Ukraine we have about 900,000 pieces. So annually the production is 49 million of vehicles L category, and the leader is you see the Honda manufacturer. Second place is taken by Yamaha. Second, and then the Chinese manufacturers. If we analyze the Ukrainian market, so the first place, and if we consider the new motorcycles, the first place is taken by Chinese and Indian manufacturers, and Yamaha and Honda, they have they take 15th and 16th places for the number of sold motorcycles. So what we have is not the most perfect vehicles which come into our country. If we analyze the accidents with such motorcycles, the bikers, they have accidents 15, 30 times, 29 times more than the car drivers. And in Ukraine, there are more than 3,000 accidents, and where more than 480 persons die, and 3,000 people are injured. So these are not the latest data. Maybe the latest data can be less. As for the accidents on bikes in EU, so the number of deaths on bikes during the accidents is about 3,000. It is only the 15% out of all people damaged on the road. And one of the factors which influences the accidents of vehicles of L category and the hard consequences and the level of pollution is the compliance of such vehicles to modern requirements of active and passive safety. So today is the most efficient mechanism for assuring of safety of the products is the compliance assessment and the certification. On this slide, we see the structure of legal acts which correspond to categories of vehicles. They are a bit different from Europe, and the main regulatory legal act is regulation of 2008, which establishes the main rules for supervisions of category L vehicles in the European Union. This is the regulation of European Parliament and the European Council. As for reduction of time and easy adoption of new regulatory acts, this regulation delegates to European Commission the approval of the certification procedure, methods of testing, and detailed technical requirements, which was implemented in such regulations of the European Commission, such as delegated regulated of Commission 3 of 2014, which establishes requirements for functional safety and security of vehicles. Regulation 44/2014, which establishes requirements to the design of such vehicles, and Regulation 134/2014, which establishes requirements to environmental efficiency and the productivity of vehicles. Also, the executive regulation of the Commission, which establishes the documents which are used when the type is approved. So the next slide, we see the classification of the vehicles by categories, subcategories which are used in European Union and established by the regulation 168/2013. So this classification is different from what is efficient within the Geneva Convention of, and it is more detailed and includes different criteria, the dimensions of the vehicle, power of the engine, and other specific of the structure of the vehicle. So in Ukraine, thanks to the enthusiasm of Valentin Merzhievsky, we introduced this, we adopted this classification of a category L vehicles, and it was introduced by the Cabinet of Ministers and Resolution 1156. And as the European Union is the collective party of a Geneva Treaty, and all the countries parties to Geneva Treaty, and the regulation 168 delegated to the Commission provides for use when certifying the vehicle to use the rules of UN. However, today there are 37 rules which establish different requirements to vehicles of category L. So, however, the requirements to the safety of the design do not take into account the solutions which used in the modern vehicles. So they do not catch to modern solutions. Especially the vehicles L5, 6, and 7. So we see now the general view, and the vehicles of L6, L7, EC, as we see. These are the complete passenger and passenger cars and trucks, which are only by weight and dimensions and capacity of the engines, which cannot be placed in the category of M and M1. So the delegated regulations for the Commission establishes specific requirements to such vehicles. Besides those which were supposed by the rules of UN. These are the requirements to sound signals to category L1E, L2E, and L6E requirements to electric safety with electric motors, requirements to resources critical for the safety of parts and equipment, requirements to front and rear protection structures, requirements to screen cleaners, sprays of the windshields, requirements to driving identification of signals, requirements to external light devices like quadromobiles, requirements to design of driver protection and the passenger. So these are the frames, security frames in the quadricycles, requirements to security belts and children devices for keeping, and requirements to seats of car type, and requirements to turn in the signals, requirements to tables of about the speed, requirements to protection of passengers, including internal equipment and doors of quadromobiles, requirements to maximum power and maximum speed, requirements to endurance of the structure, requirements to the measures for unsanctioned entrance, and the design of power unit. So also, what does it mean? The unsanctioned tuning, which the manufacturers require for marking of the detail parts of the vehicle, not to change the power capacity of the engine, and some parts which cannot be dismantled without special instruments. Requirements for connection gauges for external parts, for fuel tanks, for trailers, for the diagnostics gauges, and handles and footers for the passengers, and devices for two-wheel bikes and motorcycles. So these are the requirements which were shown in the documents, and they regulate the design of passenger cars and light trucks. But they use some simplified rules considering the power of the engine is less, and the maximum speed as well. So the European Union uses more strict rules than the rules of UN as for the content of pollutants and hazardous gases in exhaust gas of vehicles. So here on this slide we see the norms of exhaust gases of L3E vehicles specified in Rule 40 and equal to levels Euro 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so it is visible very clearly how the requirements of the rules of the number 40 and how they lack, and they are similar to Euro 1 level, because however in 2020 there was level Euro 5 which was created, and Euro 5 would be compulsory in European Union. And the next slide we see the graphic presentation of emissions norms accordingly for Euro 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5, and how the norms were reduced of the emissions in the European Union. So the next slide presents the time of introduction of norms of Euro 4 and 5 for different categories of vehicles depending where they belong to the adopted types, so these are new vehicles, types of vehicles, and this slide is in norms Euro 4 and 5 for vehicles of L category. It shows the norms and driving cycles specified for specific vehicle categories. So you see the cycles from rules 40 and 47, and for certain categories of vehicles at Euro 4 level, there are cycles of driving. They are contained in Global Technical Rules number 2, which has annex to Global Agreement. So this slide presents driving cycles from Rule 47 and Rule 40. Then the driving cycle for testing of vehicles in L3, E, L4, E, L5, E, L7 vehicles. This driving cycle is contained in the Global Rules number 2, and for categories L1, E, L2, E, L5, E, L6, E. This is the part of this global cycle used for test of one vehicle. So then, as one of the Euro integration targets is integration into the European system of evaluation of transport and of vehicles, it is relevant to use the same rules and approaches to testing in Europe compared to Ukrainian rules. And out of 137 rules which are used according to the regulation and as compulsory in European Union, in Ukraine, 34 of them are used, and also 19 of them out of the amendments as the rules in European Union, and 17 out not in the European Union, and 3 rules are introduced in used in Ukraine at all.
In addition, some other requirements are not implemented in Ukraine, and they are not considered to be compulsory, which are envisaged in the delegated regulations of the Commission. So the major conclusions can be drawn. When we talk about active and passive environmental safety, wheeled transportation vehicles category L comprise a serious concern and danger to road safety and environment. Therefore, assessing the compliance of the technical requirements with reference to these things has to be ensured in line with the requirements established by the regulations of the EU Commission. We have to establish the analysis of the market and overall requirements to this type of vehicles in order to shorten the time to approve of these rules. The regulation issued by the EU number 168 delegates the European Commission to approve the procedure to assess the correspondence and oversight of the market methodology for tests, something that has already been fully set out in the regulations of the EU Commission. The major requirement when assessing the correspondence of the wheel transportation, motor transportation vehicles, category L in the EU have to comply with the UN rules. However, via different requirements of the rules stipulated by the EU, reality in the construction of the transportation vehicles, once again, all of this is reflected in the delegated by the EU Commission regulation, and there are some additional requirements for the security of the constructions of such vehicles. And in Ukraine, there is a system in place to assess such vehicles of category L based on the type of the EU requirements. However, they are substantially lagging behind the requirements which are applicable in the EU. Thank you for your attention. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sergiy Gutarevich. This is a highly relevant topic, particularly the regulatory aspect of them. Because we know that scooters usually harm the environment so much more than other motor vehicles. Therefore, thanks a lot. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Yevgen Zelensky, who has been with us 2 days, since the morning till today's evening, yesterday's morning till today. So it evokes a great deal of respect on my part to him. Mr. Zelensky is head of testing laboratory of general and passive safety of motor vehicles. The state enterprise, State Road Transport Research Institute, is the penultimate speech of today. We still don't know whether the final speech is to be made today. So the floor is yours, Mr. Yevgen. Good evening, dear colleagues. I was very much hoping I would be last. Perhaps I am last. But they have just said that I am the one but last. Therefore, I'm still limited in time. I beg your pardon. I can see that you are to be the last speaker of today. Then there are no time restrictions for me? No, it's just a joke. You are limited, but not that much. You still deserve for your speech to be heard in full. Dear colleagues, fire safety of buses is the topic of my presentation. If our firefighters say if a bus catches fire, it burns to ashes in 5 to 7 minutes. Therefore, it's a great concern. And traffic accidents will still take place where pedestrians, vehicles, and passengers participate. So the goal of the whole system is to create all possible conditions for safe utilization of vehicles, so that wheeled motor vehicles have to be considered in the aspect of road transportation vehicle plus the passenger. In order to create such safe vehicles, we need to ensure that its construction needs to comply with the requirements of UN rules and obligations stipulated by their regulations. We are talking about active, passive, and environmental friendliness. All of these rules, once again, are very well written and set out on paper by the UN. Given the fact that nowadays a substantial part of passenger carriers, urban, town and city, and international ones, and especially in Ukraine when the railroads are overloaded and the majority of shipments are done on road, bus carrier facility is of significant importance, especially fire safety on them. It's an element and the peculiarity of the construction of the bus construction. So we need to cater to the fact that we avoid inflicting injuries to passengers, traumatizing them, or the full destruction of the vehicle. Fire safety requirements are identified in 5 major standards and regulations applicable in Ukraine. This is Rule 34, requirements concerning fire safety, pertinent to fuel tanks and fuel systems. Number 36, which has a section about fire safety of buses with capacity for more than 22 passengers. Rule 52 for passenger buses with capacity of up to 22 passengers, Rule 107, which unites 52 and 36, and establishes requirements to all types of buses, regardless of their capacity. And Rule 18, which contains requirements to materials used of categories M2, M3, engine compartment, and fuel systems compartment. So Rule 34 contains major requirements to fuel tanks, its elements, its firmness, anti-corrosion elements, its place, fuel tanks placement, fuel lines, statistic, voltage, etc. So everything is ensured here. And compliance with this rule, with this set of rules, will ensure utmost security for the fuel system. So here we're talking about valves, seals, cisterns, and tanks for fuel, that they're not supposed to be in the center of the bus, that they need to be well secured and protected, and fuel shouldn't leak inside the bus, but should leak outside the bus. All of these points are extremely important if there is a lateral collision. So the fuel tank needs to be protected with a special panel. If there is a fender bend, special protective screens, once again to prevent fuel leakages. Rule 36 provides for the requirements in part of fire safety that refer to engine vehicle. There are 3 requirements here. Fuel tank and fuel system, there are 11 requirements. There are 13 requirements for emergency controls to stop the vehicle from moving. For electric equipment, there are 4 requirements, and the list goes on. All of this is meant to make certain that the construction of the vehicle, of the car, puts in place fire safety and puts that at the top of the agenda. 52 contains the rules pretty much identical to the fire safety included in the previous rule. If we speak about fire safety rules contained in 107, here where there are no concerns or requirements concerning fuel system and tank, because all of this was referred to Rule 34. That is to say that the buses, once again, to be inspected for their compliance with all of the requirements, must also be in correspondence with the requirements contained in Rule 34. Concerning motor compartments, here the application of easily inflammable things is banned. Different preventive measures against accumulation of oil substances is put in place that might in a way become a source of combustion. So there needs to be a particular partitions put in place. You haven't put on your presentation. Unfortunately, people cannot see the illustrations or the slides. Turn on the demonstration. So these are different examples of how we can make sure that the fuel tanks are well sealed and protected against the increase of pressure. In case of collision, lateral, frontal, or rear attacks, and collisions. You can see the possible placements and positions for fuel tanks, piping to prevent leakage, and that go into the exhaust fume system. These are the requirements contained in UN Rule number 36 that I have already spoken about, different kinds of requirements, the number of requirements per every element of the bus construction and design. Rule 107 or Regulation 107 concerning uniform provisions concerning the approval of category M2 and 3 vehicles. These are some of the examples of which requirements need to be met in order to ensure fire safety on the buses. You can see the engine compartment. So this is a particular partitioning to ensure that this compartment is well sealed and protected against inflammation. All of this is installed at least 50 centimeters from the door. And for diesel vehicles, it's no less than 25 centimeters from the door. The system of fuel supply, it's not supposed to be near the passenger compartment. All of this requires sophisticated and elaborate reading. So once again, you can see other ways that fuel tanks can be placed. Once again, very well protected against any mechanical denture. Emergency controls, what functions they need to perform. There are 11 functions overall that these switches need to perform. They once again need to be installed very clearly, conspicuously. They need to be equipped with the set of instructions and very well visible from the workstation. Emergency stopper, electric equipment and electric wiring, and various requirements to those elements. Safeguards, the inscriptions on them, markings, batteries and accumulators. There are 3 requirements as to them: their placement, their ventilation, and preventing electric circuits. In the last case, you can see that there is no correspondence and a shock is possible, and therefore inflammation will ensue. Fire extinguishers, the necessity to have them on board, so there should be a place for them designated, and this is to show you where the fire extinguisher is to be placed. Their place is heavily dependent on where passengers are seated, from 2 to 3 fire extinguishers per one bus. Depending on the materials, once again, these materials need to be need to catch fire very badly, and if they do catch fire, they need to be placed at least 10 centimeters from the combustible elements, especially where fuel is injected. Regulation 106, in the section of different amendments enacted in 2016, there is a mandatory requirement that if a motor vehicle is equipped with the system of extinguishing, fire extinguishing, in the first place, there needs to be a special alarm system, and you can see these elements of the alarm system in the compartment for the engine. They inform the driver that there is an inflammation in the area of the engine and something needs to be done to stop it. In 2017, another requirement was installed, that transportation vehicle equipped with the systems of fire extinguishing. These systems need to be in place and are to be in line with the requirements of the regulation number 107. So these systems need to be tested under high fire load, medium fire load, and low fire load, and repeat fire inflammation. So this is done in order to reduce the possibility of the buses catching fire. The previous speakers, in particular yesterday, talked about fire extinguishing systems to ensure that oxygen is squeezed out of the engine compartment. Inert gases need to be squeezed in order to stop fire from burning. There are different systems in place for that. Regulation, UN Regulation 118 set different requirements concerning preventing inflammation and the spread of fire. Thank you for your attention. I tried to be concise, but this topic, once again, is pretty complex, requires a lot of time and attention. Thanks a lot for the time you have allocated to me.
Дякуємо.
Thank you very much, Yevgen. Very interesting presentation and important one because we all are passengers. And if you permit, I will give the floor the last presenter today. It was planned for yesterday, but it is the last in the today's section. Yaroslav, are you with us? So 5 minutes ago I saw you. Romanchuk Yaroslav was he was entering Zoom platform, so I see him now. So you can call to Yaroslav, please. So, sorry, maybe 1-2 minutes, more minutes. This is the last. This is the last presentation of this section, technical modeling. So we are solving a small technical problem, and we hope that Yaroslav will be with us shortly. So please send the slides, and I will be talking. So the technical team will launch. So please send the slides of the second presentation for today. So I see the name and I can talk. So we see you perfectly and we see your presentation. So mobile cranes, they are the specialized vehicles and recently. For the extensive use of such equipment, they became very wide used. New equipment appears with new characteristics. Several companies in Ukraine started to produce them, so they are different by their technical and tactical characteristics. Also, for a person who takes decisions to use them, and there is a question how to evaluate the characteristics, and such characteristics they can be complete, incomplete, can be contradictory and insufficient. And in this case, the person who takes a decision has difficulties to be guided. So this is the guide which is proposed for your attention. So we considered for mobile cranes the task with the SATI method and the method of analysis of hierarchies. And in this case, the characteristics are considered as a criteria, and the alternatives are the models or marks or brands of mobile cranes. And according to the approach of this method, the target function is built, and the links between criteria and alternatives is established, and the task is based on the coupled comparison between criteria and alternatives. As you see here, the task is establishing the technical level. So from K1 to K8, and alternatives are the models and brands of mobile cranes, which we see below. When graphically we see here the coupled comparisons. So based on these coupled comparisons, we build the symmetric metrics and norms, norm vectors are established. So next slide is we considered for the comparison 6 mobile cranes, the KTA 25 Drogobich, KMZ from Kiev machine building plant, recently started in Kiev, KSS 3579 from Belarus, KSS 3574 from Ivanovo, well known, and Chinese and German, the last models. So in this table we see the characteristics, and so we took just most prominent characteristic, the loading capacity, the extension of the arm, low raised weight, lowered down weight, and speed of lifting. And these parameters are interesting for the consumers, and the task is to select the machine which is the most compliant with the target. So, as I said, the task is to use the coupled metrics of comparisons, and the task, the problem is built on this, and the solution will be this: the alternative, the brand of mobile crane which arrives at the function of target with the biggest value. So this is in short about the method of solving these problems. So we published an article in the Armament and Military Machinery in 2021, #2, and this method can be seen there in detail, and making the summary, I would say that the method does not need the mathematical compositions and solutions. There is an algorithm. The point is just put the data of every model according to table 1, and also introduces the data which are established by expert as for the relevance, importance of different criteria, and then we get the solution. So this problem is interesting in the sense that it can be, the method can be developed and generalized for new characteristics and which maybe are not used here and which may be supplied by other models. However, this method allows to support the person who takes the decision in selecting the appropriate model. So the last slide, please show it. So please show the last slide from the presentation, if you permit. So this is what I was speaking about, and the expert evaluation of criteria depends on the task of the model. If it is for construction, these will be some part of criteria. If it is a military application in open field or maybe a deep ditch, or maybe it will be a light weight with short armor. So of course the criteria changes accordingly. So I finished my presentation, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Yaroslav, and on secret I would tell everyone. So I would say that it was the most relevant presentation and topic, especially made by Yaroslav, especially now during the recovery phase of Ukraine, and the most interesting will leave until the end to keep the interest of the audience. So if you permit, we have the most endurable listeners, and if you permit, we will go to the questions in the chat. So these were the questions about the traffic lights. If the opponents for this discussion, I think so. So, well, I propose at the beginning from the orally, if you have proposals or some remarks, if you want to express your point of view, and if you have some more questions, you can add into the chat and or maybe ask them just orally. So you wanted to open the presentation? So Sergey, you have a question to the participants. Sergey, we don't hear you. Sorry, it's occasionally. So, do we have questions, participants, dear participants? So, Alexander, I have a question to Lyudmyla. She answered in short. So she is with us. So I see this. I see her. So you can add comments. Please Please, can you laboratory of interactive security? And the question was about security islands, according to European standards, which are outside of the main road. Very often they are placed in Ukraine on dangerous places. On the turns or maybe on the elevations where people cannot reduce the speed as it is considered for such sections. But as you said, nobody is responsible for the audit, and so such actions they have no sense, and the use of such methods can increase the danger of the portion of the road. So I would like to have an answer from the specialist, because my point of view is as a driver. So thank you for your question. This is an interesting question, frankly speaking, but also the responsibility for the auditor and the legislation. So there is no serious responsibility, and if we come about to the islands, and so we have the security islands and the directionary islands. The directionary islands, they are placed at the entrance of the settlements to reduce the speed, so to make the driver reduce the speed at the entrance of but they become safe if they are arranged according to all norms. That means this island should be lighted. There should be signs about arriving to the island. There should be signs before the signs that there is an obstacle. Also the rib of this island should be elevated, so it should have some inserts or the paint, reflective paint. So all these measures of security should be used. If there is no such elements, so it becomes it does not become the safety island. And where does it be placed? It should be visible. It should not be on the elevations and the deepening, because the cargo vehicles will not be capable to brake, to reduce speed, especially in winter. So the auditors, they are trained, and because I say that also in our institute we train the auditors, we tell them how it's necessary, where to pay attention, to help the designers to make the roads safe.
Thank you. This is the exact outlets that I had in mind, because I noticed some of them and they were not very well designated. No signs, no colors, no painting was there, but there is no liability for the installation of such elements. And then unfortunately the drivers that get into such road accidents are themselves to blame. Yes, it's true, there are so many and they are not very well furnished. I drive myself and I get to see multiple manifestations of that, and it's a great pity that sadly they haven't been furnished or very well visible enough. I would also very much like to thank you for taking such an active part in our conference, because I understand that you are walking and I can immediately watch and imagine you walking there. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome. I saw another question. Somebody has raised their hand. Please unmute your microphone to make sure we can hear you. I have a question to Sergiy, just one question, concerning certification. It's already become a tradition with me. The European Union, in its directive about frequency of surveying and inspecting different motor vehicles, has introduced category L vehicles. The question is, who will contribute to implementing the global technical pact in Ukraine? Because there are already a lot of requirements in place in line with this particular pact. So who will sacrifice their health in order to implement this piece of legislation? Where is this hero? I want to see him or her. You can lay your life on the line, but until it gets initiated at the level of a ministry, we will never achieve any attainments. We made our own submission in due time to the Ministry of Infrastructural Development. Unfortunately, nothing much has happened. Well, the global pact and different technical supplementations basically do not install any specific requirements. They don't put any special requirements in place. What they do is propose at regional and national level to implement pieces of legislation that will install a particular set of requirements. So, of course, this will not tackle the full problem, even without basically implementing all that. We can already implement some of these requirements. Now is the due time because a lot of measures and activities are being developed. I suppose it's necessary to add it to our legislation as a necessary prerequisite to join the EU. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., Mr. Alexei requires for these measures to be implemented. Well, it's not tomorrow, but the 8th of December. This is the deadline, but you're right. The global compact and the global requirements of this compact play a significant role. Unless we take advantage of this time, numerous, by the way, ministries are in place here. I dealt with the Vienna agreement, so I know what it is all about. We need to start immediately. I have been reaching out to a lot of line managers who deal with the approval of this construction. But unfortunately, they all drag their feet in approving this document. And I suppose it's really due, just as Mendeleev used to say it. The idea is supposed to work not in principle, but in the metric measurement. Okay, thank you. Mr. Viktor, please. I'm supportive of the previous speaker. And let me add by saying, concerning the preparation of the documents which are due on Friday, Section 14 has already, the translation of that has already been disseminated to us, the translation of that piece of text. In that report, lots of other points are contained in other sections of this document, which are also pertinent to transportation. For example, in section about statistics, it is set out that in transportation statistics, transportation data is not submitted as part of regulated statistics in 2022. They continued working with different sources of administrative data that the state statistics office needs. In terms of the fleet of motor vehicles, no statistics are kept, and that requires attention. And now is the right time to do that. Thank you. All right, another small remark. It wasn't I who sent this information, but this report really pertains to multiple issues. Suffices to say that the activities of our institute is the participation in the other different interagency working groups at the level of Ministry of Environmental Protection, the State Statistics Bureau, etc. Thanks a lot for your comment. Any more questions in connection with today's presentations or the topic of our conference overall, or any points that you would like to highlight? No remarks or questions, am I right? Very good. Then, with your permission, I would like to express my gratitude and admiration for our interpreters who have been working with us these 2 days. I'm just vastly impressed how they managed to do that over such a lengthy period of time. That's why, on behalf of all of the conference participants, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to them. And let me also invite you and the other participants, your colleagues, peers, to the 3rd day of our marathon. We're going to start at 10 o'clock a.m. And we're going to have also a fascinating continuation of our conference. We will be talking about the recovery of mechanical engineering, machine building in Ukraine. So tomorrow morning, we will begin with the section titled Technical Regulations, Safety Aspects, Design, Requirements and Methods for the operational properties of motor vehicles. So we are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we wish you a peaceful evening. Goodbye. Thank you ever so much. See you tomorrow. Happy St. Nicholas Day to you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy St. Nicholas Day to you. And today is the Armed Forces of Ukraine holiday as well, so congratulations on that day.